Chapter 2282. In this world, there were genes, oddities, sealed artifacts, runes, Taoism, major thousand realms. Zhang Yi's identity alternated between the young sword grandmaster and the beautiful Yellow Springs queen. He traversed between reality and illusion, searching the past and the future. The hidden history would eventually be revealed, and the dead gods would soon be resurrected. This is a book written by a friend. If anyone is interested, please support it. Venerable Gu recommends. The Strange City of Rebirth. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2283. Giant Sun Immortal had instructed Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, as long as there was a possibility, he had to dig out all of Fan Yuan's blood path Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could not say that now. He mentioned 10 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan got the information and sneered. These Immortal Gu included Bloodline Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Blood Skull Immortal Gu, and Blood Chi Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had Bloodline Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu originally belonged to Wu Clan. When Fan Yuan disguised himself as Wu Yihai, Wu Clan used Bloodline Gu to test Fan Yuan's authenticity. Later, it was deceived by Fan Yuan and became his. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal to obtain this information. Blood Asset Immortal Gu also belonged to Fan Yuan. This was a Gu created by the previous land spirit of Langya by combining some of the Blood Path Gu recipes in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fan Yuan obtained it from Langya sect. Right now, this Blood Asset Immortal Gu had already risen from rank 6 to rank 8, becoming one of the core Immortal Gu of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was also one of the 4 elements. It had great significance. Blood Skull Immortal Gu was also in Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan originally had the rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal Gu. He had used it to raise his aptitude. But Blood Skull Mortal Gu had a high price. To raise a Gu master's aptitude, he had to kill enough blood relatives. Back on Qingmao Mountain, to raise his aptitude, Fan Yuan almost slaughtered the entire Guyue village. At Gu Immortal level, the value of Blood Skull Gu, which could raise aptitude, fell sharply. To many Gu Immortals who fought alone, Blood Skull Gu was of little value. But to a force, Blood Skull Gu was extremely important. Fan Yuan thought he himself would not benefit from the Blood Skull Gu, but other people could use it. The 500 years of memories of his previous life told him that the Blood Skull Immortal Gu true inheritance had been destroyed due to the changes in heaven and earth. Thus, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many Gu Immortal seeds undergo immortal ascension, he used natural inspiration to ask for a more complete incomplete Blood Skull Immortal Gu recipe. Next, through his own deductions, he obtained Blood Skull Immortal Gu's recipe. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, Fan Yuan easily refined Blood Skull Immortal Gu. As he expected, Blood Skull Immortal Gu's effect was to raise aptitude. Because it was an Immortal Gu, it was effective on Gu Immortals. The drawback was that he still needed to slaughter his own kin. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the larger the scale of slaughtering their kin, to the point where they would need to slaughter the Gu Immortals' kin. As for Blood Chi Immortal Gu, it was in Fan Yuan's hands. Demon Immortal Chi Ju obtained the Blood Chi Immortal Gu true inheritance. He had once transacted with Fan Yuan and obtained the relevant Immortal Gu recipe from Fan Yuan. After Demon Immortal Chi Ju died, Fan Yuan refined it. His current rank was not high. It was only rank 6. Other than that, Fan Yuan had other Blood Path Immortal Gu. For example, Bloodstain Gu, Blood Vow Gu. These 2 Blood Path Immortal Essence were created by Eastern Sea's Blood Path Demonic Immortals, Ding Yan and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation, while the other was used for information path. Fan Yuan did not obtain these 2 Immortal Gu recipes from Ding Yan and Ding Qi, but he knew that these 2 Immortal Gu were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for a more complete Immortal Gu remnant recipe. Along with his own deductions, he refined it. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Bai Zhu. I have a large number of Blood Path Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan said to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly praised. Lord Fan Yuan plans for a rainy day. you have great foresight. As a refinement path venerable, you are the #1 refinement path venerable in history. I am filled with admiration. Fan Yuan chuckled. If you want to trade for blood path immortal goo, then use the primordial domain extraction method to exchange. Before Heavenly Lord Baizu came to find Fan Yuan, he had been instructed by Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had told him about the primordial domain extraction method. From Giant Sun Immortal's point of view, Fan Yuan's desire for the primordial domain extraction method was obvious. Didn't he see that in jewel yellow skies, Fan Yuan's primordial domain was still stored here? Fan Yuan had not extracted it yet. It could basically be determined that there was no primordial domain extraction method. Thus, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase blood path immortal goo. It could be used well. As expected, Fan Yuan immediately suggested this primordial domain extraction method. Giant Sun Immortal was not wrong. Heavenly Lord Baizu was secretly excited. The unease in his heart also dissipated greatly. He purposely remained silent for a while before replying to Fan Yuan. Primordial domain extraction method? Heavenly Lord Baizu purposely showed a difficult expression. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Don't play tricks. Since you were sent here by Giant Sun Immortal, did Giant Sun Immortal not take care of you? Heavenly Lord Baizu's heart shook. He quickly straightened his posture. Lord Fan Yuan is wise and mighty. You have great insight. Please forgive my offense. Fan Yuan lightly grunted. Then use the primordial domain extraction method to purchase one of my blood path immortal goo. What? Heavenly Lord Baizu was shocked. Fan Yuan was so greedy, he almost did not dare to believe it. Lord Fan Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable. I can safely exchange it for 10 blood path immortal goo. Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly said. Fan Yuan sneered. You are asking for too much. You are actually so greedy. Heavenly Lord Baizu. Fan Yuan did not need any primordial domain extraction method. He played around with Heavenly Lord Baizu while refining advanced refinement goo. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, dozens of rivers were flying in the sky. Each river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The rivers converged at times, and separated at other times. In this refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement goo, Fan Yuan mainly used the water refinement method. The core immortal goo of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, rank 8 water refinement immortal goo, had been injected with immortal essence since the start of the refinement, almost without stopping. Heavenly Lord Baizu slowly recovered and started to lower the price. Lord Fan Yuan, you must know that I am extremely sincere. The primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare, you must know that. To you, this primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable. It is what you need the most now. And just 10 blood path immortal goo are not important to you at all. You are a refinement path immortal venerable. Can't you refine any immortal goo with just a thought? Fan Yuan sneered, his attitude quickly turned cold. Back then, I transacted primordial domain with Giant Sun Immortal. Shouldn't he have given me the primordial domain extraction method? Now that I can't extract the primordial domain, I have yet to settle the score with him. But he actually shamelessly wants to sell this thing? I am a grand refinement path venerable. Can't I deduce a rank 9 refinement path killer move to treat the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract the primordial domain? Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly said. Lord Fan Yuan, please don't be angry. Shut up. Fan Yuan continued. Go back and tell that giant Sunday. I am refining blood path immortal goo to make things difficult for him. He wants to cultivate blood path as well? I will continue to refine more blood path immortal goo. Unless he first takes out the primordial domain extraction method and gives it to me, so that I can see how much sincerity he has. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not dare to speak anymore. He sighed and contacted Giant Sun Immortal. After Giant Sun Immortal learned of this, he immediately scolded. Fan Yuan, you are so arrogant, you dare to threaten me like this. Heavenly Lord Baizu, you are also a trash. Cowering like this, don't you know that you are negotiating with Fan Yuan on my behalf? Heavenly Lord Baizu could only say, Lord Giant Sun, it is my fault. I do not have Huangjin bloodline, my ability is shallow. Enough. Giant Sun Immortal interrupted him. Precisely because you do not have Huangjin bloodline and your ability is shallow, I am giving you these opportunities to temper yourself and increase your ability. Heavenly Lord Baizu, Giant Sun Immortal continued. Continue negotiating with Fan Yuan, the primordial domain extraction method. I will absolutely not give it away. Tell Fan Yuan that among the three venerables, his progress is the slowest, and he has the least immortal essence. Advise him to judge the situation and cooperate with me, there will be great benefits, it can make up for the gap. A wise man should be able to see the situation clearly. Heavenly Lord Baizu asked again. Then, Lord Giant Sun, how many blood path immortal goo can the primordial domain extraction method be exchanged for? Giant Sun Immortal was silent for a while. Hearing Heavenly Lord Baizu's words, Fan Yuan's plan was to deduce a rank 9 killer move using the Refinement Path Venerable's foundation and extract the primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming and laborious, it was indeed feasible. This way, the price of the primordial domain extraction method could not be so high. But as for the price, in Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the more the better. Thus he reprimanded Heavenly Lord Baizu. How many blood path immortal goo can be exchanged for will depend on how hard you work, and how loyal you are to my longevity heaven. Go, I will wait and see. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt extremely gloomy, he was under huge pressure and contacted Fan Yuan again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture there was a problem with the Refinement Path Immortal Materials processing. Fan Yuan was currently dividing the rivers and getting rid of some of them. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Lord Fan Yuan, I really cannot give you the primordial domain extraction method. But since you feel 10 blood path immortal goo is too much, how about 8? Fan Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Baizu, he immediately scolded. Little Baizu, I am a grand venerable, why would I bargain with you? Do you think I am a commoner? Heavenly Lord Baizu scolded inwardly, he quickly said. I wouldn't dare. Fan Yuan added, put aside the primordial domain extraction method, since you want to purchase blood path immortal goo, take out more primordial domain. This, Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fan Yuan. What are you staring blankly for? Can you make the decision? Go back and ask for instructions. Heavenly Lord Baizu was furious, he, a grand rank 8 goo immortal, had actually become a messenger. And both sides of the messenger were venerables, he could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this anger and go back to look for Giant Sun Immortal. As expected of Fan Yuan, such a greedy person. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He indeed had a large number of primordial domain with him, but these primordial domains had little value to him. After all, he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal mainly cultivated luck path and also cultivated blood path, it was already his limit. But these primordial domains could be used by Giant Sun Immortal to nurture his subordinates. It is not impossible to use them to transact with Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal pondered for a moment before informing Heavenly Lord Baizu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Baizu contacted Fan Yuan again. Lord Fan Yuan, Lord? He tried many times, but Fan Yuan ignored him. Heavenly Lord Baizu. At this time, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, dozens of rivers merged together, creating countless waves. In the vast water flow, a brand new advanced refinement goo slowly rose. It was at rank 9 level. P.S. All the typos and bugs in section 277 to 285 have been corrected. Chapter 2284. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. Fan Yuan looked at it carefully and found that the Immortal Goo looked no different from the rank 8 Immortal Goo. However, the truth was, it had undergone a qualitative change. This was Fan Yuan's second rank 9 Immortal Goo. It was a huge help to Fan Yuan. For Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool would also become a rank 9 Immortal Goo house because of this. Rank 9 Immortal Goo house. Such an immortal goo house could be counted on one hand in the history of humanity. Celestial Court's heaven overseeing tower was the most famous one, but with the destruction of rank 9 Fate goo, it was no longer one of them. Once I finish modifying it, rank 9 Advanced Refinement goo can be placed in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool again. This immortal goo house would also undergo a qualitative change. If there is an immortal goo house ranking, it will definitely be at the top. Fan Yuan assessed internally. If it was before, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool might be on par with Divine Emperor City, but once it became a true rank 9, it would definitely suppress Divine Emperor City. After all, Divine Emperor City did not have rank 9 immortal goo. Of course, Fan Yuan had to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool so that it could match rank 9 advanced refinement immortal goo. Fan Yuan was a refinement path venerable, a refinement path supreme grand master. It was not difficult for him to modify this. Fan Yuan temporarily put down advanced refinement immortal goo and inspected himself. As he had expected, because he had a second rank 9 immortal goo, the net of heaven path Tao marks left on him by obscured heavenly secret were expending twice as fast as before. This showed how much help rank 9 advanced refinement goo would bring to Fan Yuan. It had a huge significance and could influence many things in the future. It would be much easier for Fan Yuan to refine rank 8 immortal goo in the future. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal have expended a lot of immortal essence. They need to use it to refine natural Tao marks. They will not investigate like before. This greatly reduces the pressure of obscured heavenly secret. Fan Yuan was very clear that this was the limit of the killer move obscured heavenly secret. If Fan Yuan wanted to refine the third rank 9 immortal goo now, obscured heavenly secret might be able to help him conceal it in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would not be able to conceal it. The killer move's power would be completely depleted. So, should I refine or not? If I were to refine a third rank 9 immortal goo, which one should I refine? Fan Yuan calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He was now facing internal and external troubles. First of all, the sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. Because of the non-conflicting Tao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently, and the entire immortal aperture's ecology was very unstable. Because of the severe losses in Crazed Demon Cave, there were too few goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. They could only barely maintain stability. Next were calamities and tribulations. To become a supremacy, one had to undergo a tribulation. Among the 3 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Tao marks. Their immortal aperture's time flow could not be altered using time path methods. Fan Yuan, on the other hand, accelerated Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus twice when he was refining it. Because of this, He Chun Chio's time path clone's time path foundation was almost completely destroyed. For a period of time, Fan Yuan could not change the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow. If he tried again, it would trigger a chain reaction and cause abnormal situations to erupt, forming terrifying calamities and tribulations that engulfed the entire sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could change the entire sovereign immortal aperture had to be of high rank. To be effective, it had to be engraved or altered by many time path Tao marks. The sudden change of time path Tao marks would cause a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, causing changes that Fan Yuan could not deduce clearly, resulting in huge losses. If it caused losses, the losses would be huge. Fan Yuan had used landscape as before with the year essence pool to recover, but he could not use it now. Because the year essence pool's water of the river of time had only been rapidly poured in recently. The essence of this method was still time path Tao marks. The chaotic time path Tao marks would cause abnormal situations to erupt. Using any time path killer move would only add fuel to the fire. To reduce this concern, I need to at least create the first ring of time path Tao veins. The third concern was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. It needed to consume immortal apertures of the same rank to feed it. Right now, Fan Yuan's cultivation level had risen to rank 9. he needed to consume rank 9 immortal apertures. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fan Yuan's food. But the difficulty of this was extremely high. Of course, Fan Yuan was not unprepared. He had plotted against the revived Paradise Earth in Kray's Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a hair's breadth away from rank 9. His corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture could be considered quasi-rank 9. And because it cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a special ability. It could actually form its own body and was very stable. Normally speaking, after a Gu immortal died, their immortal aperture would become unstable, it would fall into the world and open its entrance, absorbing a vast amount of heaven and earth chi to form a blessed land or grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 Heaven Path immortal aperture was very special, it was very stable. If there is no other way in the future, I will split a part of my soul and use Paradise Earth's body to create a heavenly venerable clone. Then, I will let this clone undergo tribulation and become a Heaven Path venerable, before annexing his rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fan Yuan's food. Of course, this was a bit extravagant. If possible, Fan Yuan still hoped to have a heavenly venerable clone to help him at all times. The three concerns were the sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Other than that, Fan Yuan also had external threats. The external threats were venerables. Fan Yuan had secretly refined 2 rank 9 immortal Gu, this was his greatest advantage now. But the other venerables also had advantages. The number of Dao marks refined by Giant Sun Immortal was definitely the highest among the 3 venerables. In his territory, he could fight 1 against 2 and hold the upper hand. The amplification of external Dao marks was huge. And even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inferior to Giant Sun Immortal in this aspect, the number of Wisdom Path Dao marks refined was clearly higher than Fan Yuan's. Furthermore, Fan Yuan could guess that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely modifying her killer moves. Fan Yuan had almost no achievements in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 Immortal Gu that were still warm, but he did not have a single rank 9 killer move. Fan Yuan's attainment in deducing killer moves was also far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If the 3 venerables fought now, Fan Yuan's 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu would not be able to provide any direct help. The 2 venerables had something that Fan Yuan was envious of. Giant Sun Immortal had Longevity Heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Celestial Court. The 2 venerables had headquarters. As long as they hid in them, they would have a huge amplification, they would have the might of a true Tao Lord. Even if the other 2 venerables cooperated sincerely, they would not be able to do anything. This was an undefeatable position. No matter how the situation collapsed, as long as they had this headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope of counterattacking. But Fan Yuan did not have such a thing. The sovereign immortal aperture was unstable to begin with, how could he use it as a battlefield? His foundation in this aspect could not compare to the other 2 venerables. After all, the 2 venerables had become venerables in their previous lives, while Fan Yuan was not even a rank 8 Gu immortal in his previous life. The main reason was that in Fan Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was still around, Providence had purposely arranged for it, the venerables made arrangements, Fan Yuan could not go against heaven. Thus if Fan Yuan lost, he would have no place to settle down. Fan Yuan thought about it for a long time but could not make a decision. There was a crucial point in front of him. Whether he chose to refine or not, it would have a huge impact on his future plans. For example, if he chose to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu that could be used in battle, Fan Yuan might have to personally attack and suppress the other venerables, expending their immortal essence and expanding his own immortal essence advantage. If he did not refine, the obscured heavenly secret could still last for some time. Using this time, Fan Yuan could secretly accumulate more advantages. It was up to Fan Yuan now. Insufficient information. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. Unlike the battle in Kray's Demon Cave that had just ended, the venerables had developed for some time, their trump cards and methods had changed. The situation was not clear, it was not easy to make such a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that he could forcefully obtain information. But Fang Yuan was suppressing two venerables at the same time, it felt a little unreliable. The other side had a headquarters, and if the two venerables were forced to work together, could Fang Yuan deal with them? As the confrontation between the three venerables continued to drag on, the importance of information became more obvious. Fang Yuan was not proficient in this aspect. Information Path was best at gathering information. Fang Yuan had never had a good achievement in this aspect. This was not to say that he had not grown in this aspect. Even though Li Xiaobai had high hopes placed on him in the past, he was only one of Fang Yuan's chess pieces now. Fang Yuan's current foundation was still effective in probing ordinary Gu immortals or super forces. It was just that his information path attainment could not keep up with his development. Now that he was dealing with two venerables, he was very weak in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal was probing him, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deducing him, but Fang Yuan could not retaliate in this aspect. While Fang Yuan was thinking deeply, Western Desert's situation was changing rapidly. Wan Xiao, Wan Haoguang, Sun Wang, Wan Zihong, Zhou Xiong Xian, and the rest came to Xiao Clan's headquarters Blessed Land. Everyone, I know the reason for your visit. Fang Clan has gone insane, their entire clan has fallen into the demonic path, they are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Xiao Clan is willing to cooperate with Wan Clan to recover their lost land. Xiao Yihu, as the representative of Xiao Clan, immediately expressed his intentions. Wan Clan's group thus successfully formed an alliance with Xiao Clan. After some discussion, Wan Clan was willing to cede Visualization Oasis, Fragrant Wind Flying Island, Black Yellow Earth Pool, and other resource points. Xiao Clan sent Xiao Yihu and several other Xiao Clan experts. At the same time, the Celestial Court would provide funds to replenish the Immortal Yuan Stone. Furthermore, the Celestial Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable acted personally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely defend Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong's active participation, a Western Desert Righteous Path alliance targeting Fang Clan was rapidly forming. Literature Museum. Chapter 2285. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Mermaid Immortal Yuzi's face was pale as she looked at the flying sand cave in front of her, gasping for breath. The arrangement is finally complete, Yuzi muttered. The Rockman Gu Immortal Sure Sanbai thanked her. Yuzi cultivates water path, it is truly difficult for you to arrange this kind of earth path resource point. But it's impossible for me to succeed if I were to do it alone. Rockmen were most proficient in earth path. This was the innate talent of their race. Originally, Sure Sanbai and Sure Guabai had agreed to complete this kind of earth path resource point arrangement mission together. But not long ago, Fang Yuan ordered several Rockman Gu immortals to be sent out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sure Sanbai had no choice but to wait for others to cooperate with him. In the end, it was Yuzi who came. Although Yuzi was a Water Path Gu immortal, she was still a rank 7 Gu immortal. With Sure Sanbai as the leader and Yuzi as the support, the two worked together and spent close to 10 days before they finally arranged this resource point and completed the mission. Seeing Sure Sanbai thank her, Yuzi quickly said some humble words with a very polite attitude. She actually had her own plans. Flying Sand Cave, this kind of resource point, can be used as an earth vein node. After this kind of resource point is arranged, Lord Fang Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation and turn this resource point into an earth vein node. This is a good opportunity for me to meet Lord Fang Yuan. Ever since Yuzi saw Fang Yuan's main body, her fighting spirit had been shaken. But after this period of time, she had thought it through. She did not have any extravagant hopes of getting together with Fang Yuan's main body. She placed her attention on Fang Yuan's clones. As long as she could get on Fang Yuan's good side and become one of Fang Yuan's fiancés, the merfolk's status would immediately be stabilized like an immovable mountain. Moreover, with this relationship, the merfolk's development would be greatly guaranteed. It was because of this that Yuzi accepted this mission and cooperated with Sanbai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. "It's Lord Wu Shuai," Sanbai said respectfully. It's coming. Wu Shuai is Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone." Yuzi's heart raced as she encouraged herself. The future of the merfolk race would depend on her to fight for it. Yuzi hurriedly swept her eyes over her attire. This time, she wore a rare pearl necklace that could constantly emit the fragrance of the sea breeze. Her colorful dress accentuated her slender figure, and her bright and spotless fish scales gave off a pure and flawless feeling. Yuzi nodded in satisfaction in her heart, and then she gathered her spirits and spun her beautiful eyes while revealing a faint smile on her face, and she tried her best to reveal her beautiful and moving side. Sanbai was dumbfounded. He instantly understood the mermaid immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above the flying sand cave, Yuzi said softly, "Greetings, Lord Wu Shuai." This voice caused Sanbai to shiver, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Wu Shuai nodded lightly. He glanced at the two of them before activating an investigative killer move to inspect the flying sand tunnel. After inspecting it 3 times, Wu Shuai said in satisfaction, "Not bad, you have arranged this flying sand tunnel very well." Saying so, Wu Shuai mobilized immortal goo, and many immortal materials to set up the immortal formation. Yuzi carefully sized up Wu Shuai. He had a broad body and handsome face. His tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. His dragon eyes were amber in color, he had a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead, and his body was covered in pure golden dragon scales that shone brightly. It was closer to the beauty of merfolk. "Lord Fan Yuan is truly peerless in beauty," Yuzi praised in her heart. The beauty that Fan Yuan's main body gave her was a kind of shock, a feeling that she could only worship and look up to. It made Yuzi feel ashamed of her inferiority. And Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. Several hours later, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. "Lord Wu Shuai has amazing methods indeed. Setting up the immortal formation is as easy as blowing off dust," Yuzi immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. "I cannot make a conclusion yet, it depends on the actual effect. Step back and pay attention to your safety." The first activation of a newly created formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move collapsed, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. If the immortal formation collapsed, not only would the Gu Immortal suffer a backlash, it would also cause the surrounding environment to change. After all, the formation was closely connected to the surrounding environment. Especially the formation of this kind of resource point, once it collapsed, the huge amount of down marks in the resource point would change, and the damage would be huge. This was even more so in the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. This was all from experience. There had been several failures in setting up the immortal formation, causing chaos in the Dao marks and the environment to change. The loss of resource points was a small matter, but there were also terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai carefully activated the formation. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason why he could set up the formation was because he shared his formation path attainment level with his main body. Thus, once a flaw appeared in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods. He was not a formation path Gu Immortal after all. The immortal formation started to activate. There were no accidents for the time being. Wu Shuai's gaze was like a torch. He did not relax. After a few breaths of time, Yuzi could not endure it anymore. She boldly approached Wu Shuai and said with a worshipful expression, "Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no problems." Wu Shuai did not look at her. He frowned slightly and sniffed. "What is this smell?" Yuzi's expression turned joyful. She was just about to pretend to be shy and say that this was the fragrance of pearls. But right at this time, there was a loud sound. Large amounts of stench gushed out of the flying sand cave. The surrounding Tenli was filled with an incomparably foul stench. Yuzi's expression was pale, she almost vomited on the spot. Her pearl fragrance was completely drowned, and the pure white pearl necklace was completely dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. Don't worry, this is the stench of the Earth's lungs. This flying sand cave was moved here, but the methods used were not up to standard, causing the poisonous air to accumulate in the cave. But now it's all good. My great formation has automatically expelled it, and all the hidden dangers are gone. Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai. Sure Sanbai quickly cheered. Yuzi forcefully endured the stench and also praised. This is all thanks to Lord Wu Shuai's outstanding methods. She boldly moved closer, trying her best to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, lumps of sand and rock shot out from the flying sand cave. These sand and rocks were filled with moisture. They were not dried because the stench of the Earth's lungs was still filled with a foul stench. Clumps of sand and stones flew into the air, and then immediately fell on the surrounding desert, making pitter-patter sounds. It was like she was having diarrhea. Yuzi looked at the sand and rocks in the air. Her heart was like dead ashes. In this situation, no matter how dazzling she was, Wu Shuai would not feel moved. After the sand and rocks shot out for a while, it became normal again. Large amounts of fine and dense dry sand spewed out from the flying sand cave. The sand flew high up into the sky, about 100 feet above the ground. Then, like a drizzle, it sprinkled down. These were flying sand, they were immortal materials, they were very light. Even though they were only rank 6 immortal materials, there was a lot of them. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand cave had already become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction, saying with a joyful tone, "This way, the sovereign immortal aperture's earth vein has already completed the second circle." Before the battle in Kray's demon cave, even though it was also the second circle, there were very few nodes back then. How could it be as large as now? I absolutely believe that this world will get better and better. Yuzi echoed with deep sympathy. Wu Shuai took a glance at her before turning back to look at Sure Sanbai, before flying away. Yuzi and Sure Sanbai quickly sent him off. Only when Wu Shuai vanished into the horizon did Yuzi retract her gaze and sigh deeply. She could not conceal her deep disappointment. Sure Sanbai smiled internally. He knew the mermaid's intentions but did not look down on her. The mermaids had already stayed in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time. This period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid Gu Immortals' performance could be said to be very conscientious. Almost all the Gu Immortals acknowledged them. The weak relied on the strong to survive. This was a wise survival strategy in Sure Sanbai's opinion. He did not have any enmity. After all, the rockmen were all males. There was no competitive relationship between them. Thus, Sure Sanbai pretended not to know. Next, I will continue to set up an Earth Path resource point. Fairy Yuzi, are you willing to continue working with me? Sure Sanbai naturally hoped to cooperate with Earth Path Gu Immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was really lacking in manpower. After all, Yuzi had worked with him before. They had some tacit understanding. Yuzi inquired about it in detail before tactfully rejecting Sure Sanbai with a difficult expression. The following Earth Path resource point could not bear the burden of the Earth Vein node. It also meant that without seeing Fan Yuan's clone, Yuzi would not have much motivation. Sure Sanbai was quite understanding and suggested, "In my opinion, Fairy, you should take a good rest." Yuzi immediately felt strange. Only one thought appeared in her mind. Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture can rest? Yuzi had lived here for some time. She had already realized that the Gu Immortals here were all workaholics. What was rest? Now, this was the first time she had heard the word rest from the Gu Immortals here. Sure Sanbai smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of my personal experience. The mission board is not empty. There are endless missions, and we lack manpower. Most of the time, we are not proficient in them, but we have no choice but to complete them. Fairy, you cultivate Water Path. It is very strenuous for you to set up an Earth Path resource point. You can only display 20% of your full strength, and you feel stifled. So next, I suggest you take on some missions that will allow you to display your strength to the fullest. That way, you can relieve your depression." Yuzi quickly nodded, expressing her thanks. But she was already vomiting blood in her heart. As expected, the so-called rest is still to do missions. These Gu immortals do not seem to know what is true rest. Sleep. I have not slept for more than 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since coming here, and each time it was not even 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are there so many Earth Path resource points in this period of time? I am already disgusted with the arrangement of these resource points. I hope there will be some Water Path resource points next. Thinking of this, Yuzi almost wanted to slap herself in anger. What are you thinking about? What other resource points do I need? I hope there are no resource points. There will be fewer missions. They will be completed by other Gu immortals. Let me sleep. I really want to have a complete sleep. Chapter 2286. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Fang Clan's immortals were all present. All of them had ashen expressions. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. According to the information we just received, Wan Clan's group paid a visit to Qin Clan. They have already sent Qin Lang to join the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. His signature method was Clear Whirlpool. Once used, it could make the world clear and bright. This means that Wan Clan's alliance against my Fang Clan has already included Shao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. Although this person's battle strength is lacking, he is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan's Gu immortal is Gong Jiaoche. Everyone here should know of his famous battle achievements. Shi Clan's Gu immortal is Shi Kang. He has recently become a famous expert. His defense is extremely strong. Tang Clan's Gu immortal is Tang Lan Ke. She is a time path Gu immortal. She has always been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since Tang Clan gave her such an important task, her strength is definitely not ordinary. The biggest supporter is still Shao Clan. Shao Clan has sent Xiao Yihu. That's right, this person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a Gu immortal true inheritance and an incomplete immortal Gu house. Xiao Yihu used this to become a Gu immortal. He used Shao Clan's strength to repair the immortal Gu house and changed his name to Xiao Yihu. According to rumors, his Dark Path immortal Gu house chamber pot is extremely vicious. Although it is small, it can forcefully trap Gu immortals inside. If the Gu immortal cannot break free, they will turn into a pile of sh*t after being trapped in this pot for a night. Fang Clan's immortals conversed. They felt huge pressure. Western Desert had a total of 14 super forces: Shi Clan, Shao Clan, Tian Clan, Fang Clan, Dong Clan, Wan Clan, Sun Clan, Mo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Zhuqiu Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious secluded Yi Clan was included, there were 15 super forces. Fang Clan was only one of them. There was no accurate ranking of the super forces' strength. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu Clan was the strongest. It had been tested for a long time and was publicly recognized by Gu immortals. A super force's strength consisted of many aspects, like Gu immortals, resources, immortal Gu houses, and others. And in these areas, there were strengths and weaknesses. In reality, superpowers competed with each other, allied with each other, or were enemies with each other. There were many factors involved, making it difficult for superpowers to compare one another. Of course, there would be a vague understanding. For example, in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, Shao Clan and Tian Clan's strength was generally looked upon favorably by Gu immortals. Because in the past peaceful times, these two clans had the biggest businesses. They had many Gu immortals and rank 8 experts. Fang Clan's strength was actually not bad. Fang Clan had rank 8 Gu immortal Fang Gong who controlled 3 immortal Gu houses, and now they had an Earth Path immortal Gu house. If they could control Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan would become the overlord of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Now, Fang Clan was facing the alliance of all the other super forces. These superclans only needed to send 1 or 2 Gu immortals to make Fang clan suffer. If they mobilized more immortal Gu houses, they would not need all the superforces. Just a third of them would be enough to surpass Fang clan's immortal Gu house. Right now, Wan clan had only contacted a portion of the superforces. Fang clan's Gu immortals felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. While the immortals were discussing, Fangling also spoke. Everyone, don't forget that we still have to face the most terrifying enemy, Celestial Court. Although according to the information, Celestial Court's Gu immortals have clearly stated that they will not interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs, it is precisely because of their guarantee that we cannot use Great Love Immortal Venerable's prestige to make those Western Desert superclans completely dispel their last layer of apprehension. What worries me the most is that Celestial Court sent 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. One of them is Wan Zihong, a famous demonic path expert in Western Desert's history. Once Wan Zihong was mentioned, Fang clan's Gu immortals immediately understood Fangling's meaning. Don't tell me this Wan Zihong is related to Wan clan? Wan Zihong is a demonic path Gu immortal. There is no evidence that she is related to Wan clan by blood. But without evidence, we can create evidence. If we really confirm that Wan Zihong is a member of Western Desert's Wan clan, then Celestial Court will have an official reason to interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs. Although this possibility is small, we have to guard against it. Many people nodded at Fangling's words. Fang Gong felt gratified. He had nurtured Fangling as his successor and watched him mature day by day. Especially during this period of time, his growth was very obvious. At this time, Fang Yun spoke. In my opinion, our clan needs to seek Great Love Immortal Venerable's help. As long as this lord makes a move, no matter how many Western Desert superclans come, they will not be a problem. Only Great Love Immortal Venerable can contend against Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yun was Fang Dichang's successor. Different from Fangling's simple question, he directly stated the conclusion in his heart. During the period when Fang Dichang was captured, Fan Yun was the person in charge of Fang clan's Wisdom Path faction. This kind of experience not only gave him a lot of experience, it also increased his authority in the Fang clan. As for why he ignored Giant Sun Immortal, it was because Fang clan could not establish a connection with Giant Sun Immortal. In fact, even if they established a connection, Giant Sun Immortal would be suspicious. After all, Fang clan and Fang Yuan's relationship was too deep. Great Love Immortal Venerable has already sent several Rockman Gu immortals, but they are only responsible for receiving resource points. It is not that our clan did not request them before, but Great Love Immortal Venerable does not seem to want to interfere. Fangling frowned as he answered. Fang clan placed some resource points in Jewel Yellow Skies and openly transacted with Fang Yuan. Another batch of resource points were secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. This naturally could not be done through Jewel Yellow Skies. The biggest disadvantage of Jewel Yellow Skies was that it would be completely exposed. Resource points were countable and recorded. Only transactions in the dark could be concealed. The possibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable taking action personally is too low, and our clan cannot afford to pay such a price. At this time, Fang Dichang finally spoke. He had been silent all along. Besides him, Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing were also doing this. These three were the true authorities of Fang clan. They would not easily express their thoughts. They were also giving Fan Yun, Fangling, and the others a chance to train themselves. Superforces were different from lone Gu immortals. They usually placed great emphasis on nurturing their younger generation Gu immortals. Once Fang Dichang spoke, everyone else shut up. They stared at Fang Dichang quietly, their gazes showing clear trust. Fang Dichang suddenly smiled as he continued. Don't worry, I have already deduced. The possibility of star constellation Immortal Venerable taking action is extremely low. During the confrontation, Venerables will try to avoid fighting each other directly. They will not take action because of us. Don't overestimate yourself. In the eyes of a Venerable, we are as insignificant as ants. Fang clan's immortals listened quietly and nodded. Most of them had strange expressions. This might be the first time they felt glad that they were too weak and were looked down upon. Next, Fan Dichang changed the topic. But we still need to transact with Fan Yuan. We need to rely on Fan Yuan, like before, to exchange for more support from him. Fan Gong immediately understood the meaning behind his words and frowned. Ever since we invaded Wan Clan's territory, we have already taken out many of Wan Clan's resource points to transact with Fan Yuan in exchange for immortal goo and so on. Fan Yuan has sent Rockman Goo immortals to receive them day and night, but they are still too busy. Fan Dichang shook his head. But it is not enough, we need more immortal goo houses. Once the battle starts, you will be the only rank 8 in our clan. And Wan Clan's alliance army will likely have several of them, even if they do not have them now. Once the battle situation turns bad, they will reinforce us at any time. So, we need immortal goo houses. Only then can Fan Clan's rank 6 and rank 7 goo houses be of use. Only then can they protect their lives in the battlefield and to a certain extent rely on the immortal goo houses to advance and retreat freely. Fan Clan's immortals were silent. Fan Dichang heaved a sigh. We can all see the current situation is very grim. Our Fan Clan is standing against all of Western Desert's righteous path. We cannot directly raise our cultivation level, and we do not have enough immortal Yuan stone, but the Celestial Court can provide immortal Yuan stone. We need to deal a heavy blow to this wave of Anti-Fan Alliance army and cause them huge losses. Otherwise, even if we manage to survive this crisis, there will be a second and third wave of Anti-Fan Alliance army. How many waves can our Fan Clan resist? In fact, we can only resist this first wave, and we have already used all our strength. This is a penetrating insight. Fan Huasheng praised. Fan Dichang took the opportunity to propose the transaction of Black-Yellow Earth Pool and the other 2 resource points. Fan Clan's immortals were greatly shaken. Black-Yellow Earth Pool is a super resource point. It is absolutely extraordinary. It is Wan Clan's #1 resource point, Wan Clan's pride. Are we going to sell it so easily? The long-term profits will be extremely impressive. Fan Dichang did not speak, he only looked at Fan Gong. Fan Gong pondered for a moment before saying directly, I agree, let's do this. Fan Dichang smiled lightly. At the crucial moment, Fan Gong did not disappoint him. He continued, We can discuss other resource points later, but we must openly trade this Black-Yellow Earth Pool with Fan Yuan. Eh? Good plan. Fan Yuan immediately reacted, his eyes shining brightly. When they learned of Fan Clan's decision, Shi Guobai and the rest were shocked. Fan Clan's resolution is too deep. Most importantly, we have no way to demolish such a super resource point. Shi Guobai and the other Rockman Goo immortals felt awkward. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, while this super resource point was at rank 8 level. Don't worry, Great Love Alliance leader has already expected this. Lu Weiyin's sudden appearance immediately dispelled the awkwardness of the Rockman Goo immortals. Lu Weiyin had joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He naturally came here on Fan Yuan's orders. His defense was top-notch among pseudo-venerables. He could match the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Moreover, he cultivated Earth Path. It was not difficult for him to demolish Black-Yellow Earth Pool. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be seen that Lu Weiyin was the most suitable person to go to Western Desert. Chapter 2287. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. She looked at the distant primordial domain, as well as Fan Yuan's will above it, and fell into hesitation. Should I transact with Fan Yuan as well? During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had been cultivating in the depths of Earth Trench, risking her life to explore. There were often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around underground. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters amidst the risks. During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had collected many immortal materials, and also discovered many natural resource points, most of which were Earth Path. Refining immortal goo is too difficult. If I can borrow Fan Yuan's strength, it will definitely be of great help to me. Bai Ningbing was gradually moved. According to her understanding of Fan Yuan would basically agree to her request. But Bai Ningbing had her misgivings. On one hand, she could not directly dismantle these Earth Path resource points and put them into jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing mainly cultivated ice and snow path, and as a dragonman with enslavement path talent, she did not have any suitable immortal goo to excavate Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing was worried that the secret of the rich resources deep underground would be exposed, and Fan Yuan's greed would be aroused. Fan Yuan might not do it himself, but if he sent his subordinates, Bai Ningbing would feel uneasy. After all, Xinshang and Lu Weiyin had joined Fan Yuan. Just as Bai Ningbing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. Next, a treasure light burst out of this Earth Path resource point, forming a huge pillar of light that soared to the sky. This is a super resource point. Even with Bai Ningbing's vast knowledge, she was greatly shocked. At this moment, all the wills and divine senses of the Gu immortals in jewel yellow skies were fluctuating intensely. Oh my god, am I seeing things? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is something that even super forces will fight for, but it was actually sold here. Unimaginable. Which prodigal would do such a thing? How can we live like this? No matter which prodigal it is, who should he sell these resource points to? Who else could it be? It must be great love immortal venerable. Sure enough, as the immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was successfully taken over by Fan Yuan's will. Soon, the resource points were moved from jewel yellow skies to the sovereign immortal aperture. A public transaction was completed. The jewel yellow skies were still shaking. The Fan clan of the Western Desert and Fan Yuan have made a public deal. It's Fan clan that sold this Earth Path super resource point. I've found out. This super resource point is the black-yellow Earth Pond. It originally didn't belong to Fan clan but Wan clan's #1 resource point. So it's an item from the Wan clan. I understand now. Wan clan has been visiting the Western Desert Righteous Path's superpowers to form an anti-Fan alliance. Fan clan is really ruthless to sell this resource point. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were discussing this matter. The Wan clan soon found out. How can this be? Wan Zhuiqing's eyes were red with hatred as he gritted his teeth. Fan clan is too despicable, too despicable. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. This was a typical case of a child selling his father's land without any pain. Fan clan did not touch their super resource point, they directly sold Wan clan's super resource point. They even chose to make a public transaction. This scheme was really vicious. Wan Haoguang also had a headache. This was because he had already negotiated with the Shao family about the black-yellow Earth Pond. Shao clan sent several Gu immortal experts to participate in the anti-Fan alliance, and formed a close alliance with Wan clan in the future to help the heavily injured Wan clan regain their territory. But now, the black-yellow Earth Pond was gone. It was sold to Fan Yuan by Fan clan. Who was Fan Yuan? Great love immortal venerable. Heaven refining demon venerable. Did Wan clan dare to ask for the black-yellow Earth Pond from Fan Yuan? Did Shao clan dare? Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. Sure enough, not long after, Shao Yihu came to find them. Friends from Wan clan, there is a change in the situation. We need to negotiate. Shao Yihu said with a heavy expression. Wan Haoguang and the others also had unsightly expressions. After negotiating with Shao Yihu again, Wan clan's immortals' expressions became even more unsightly. This group of greedy and shameless people! Wan Haoguang clenched his fists. The transaction between Wan clan and Shao clan was modified several times, the black-yellow Earth Pond was removed, and Wan clan added several giant resource points. Shao clan guaranteed their benefits. Shao Yihu left in satisfaction. Wan clan's immortals were filled with anger and hatred, but also helplessness and bitterness. What could they do? If we want these Righteous Path forces to join the anti-Fan alliance, our Wan clan will have to pay a corresponding price. Shao clan is the super force that contributed the most, so we have to pay the most to them. They are throwing stones at us when we are down. Sigh, in the entire righteous path, Tang clan has the most righteous path demeanor. That's right, I did not notice it before. Now that we are in danger, we can see their demeanor. Tang clan's price is the lowest. Although Tang clan is not strong, when our Wan clan recaptures our territory in the future, we should interact more with Tang clan. This makes sense. Tang clan is the model of the righteous path. Just as Wan clan was discussing, the rank 7-time path Gu Immortal Tang Lan Ke sent by Tang clan was secretly contacting Fan Yuan. Reporting to Lord Xiao Yi, who took the initiative to find Wan clan's immortals and secretly negotiated for a long time before leaving. Looking at his expression, he seems to be satisfied. Fan Yuan nodded and deduced the truth. It seems that Wan clan ceded Black Yellow Earth Pond in exchange for Xiao clan's support. Fan clan's plan has already taken effect. Continue to hide and gather information. Yes, Lord! Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the flow of time here was even faster, many days had already passed by. Around an earth vein node, an abnormal situation was happening. A yellowish-brown fog surrounded this earth vein node. Rocks that looked like darts kept flying out of the yellow mist, swooshing towards the nodes of the earth meridians. UZ accepted the protection mission and was facing the countless flying rocks alone. She was surrounded by water vapor and waved her hands, creating huge waves that submerged the flying rocks. Ever since UZ parted ways with Sher Sanbai, she had accepted his suggestion and purposely chose a mission. She wanted to do as much as she could and vent the depression in her heart. This was the mission that she had accepted. At first, she shook the wind and clouds. Her moves were majestic and powerful. She was free and unrestrained. But this abnormal situation continued until now and was not completely suppressed by UZ. UZ's current expression was anxious and depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I casually chose a mission, but it is actually so troublesome. These days I have already expended a lot of immortal essence. Do I have to pay out of my own pocket and ask others to help me? Just as UZ was hesitating, the yellow fog suddenly expanded and the number of flying rocks doubled. UZ was caught off guard and could not block them. She could only watch as many flying rocks shot towards the earth vein node. Damn it! UZ cursed in anger and shock. She had accepted this mission to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, she would have to deduct her contribution points. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He waved his hand lightly as dreamlike pink light sand scattered into the yellow fog. This is a Dream Path Killer move? UZ was surprised and overjoyed. Dream Path Killer moves were indeed effective. The yellow fog rapidly shrank and the danger was resolved. This lowly girl UZ greets Lord Meng Qiuzhen. UZ quickly bowed. She was extremely excited. This was truly fortune and misfortune. To be able to see another clone of Lord Fan Yuan because of this, it was truly fortunate. Are you all right? Meng Qiuzhen asked warmly. UZ raised her head and saw that this Meng Qiuzhen had a head of pink wavy hair. He looked dreamy and ethereal. His eyes were extremely enchanting. The lines of his face were gentle and smooth. His smile and concern made her feel a warm feeling in her heart. So beautiful. UZ was dumbfounded as she thought to herself. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, being cared for by him, UZ felt a sense of security. She then thought of her scheme and immediately became even more delicate, covering her face as she said with tears. Many thanks for Lord Meng Qiuzhen's concern. This lowly girl used all her strength to barely protect the earth vein node. But this lowly girl was unable to protect the formation around the earth vein node. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. I remember this formation. I was the one who set it up. According to the environment at that time, the formation base was buried underground. The formation structure was rather loose, so I constructed a formation membrane. Yes. UZ felt the same way. The formation membrane is too fragile. I repaired it many times, but the moment I repaired it, it would break again. Meng Qiuzhen stared at UZ. He suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, moving his hands all over her body. He pinched here and caressed there. UZ was dumbfounded. her entire body stiffened like a statue. Why did it suddenly become like this? The styles of Lord Fang Yuan's clones were so different. If I knew this, wouldn't it be better to just look for Lord Meng Qiuzhen? Meng Qiuzhen, such a good name, dreams come true! An intense feeling of bliss spread throughout Yuzi's body. Her stiff body quickly softened as she shrunk into Meng Qiuzhen's embrace, looking up at Meng Qiuzhen's face with a blushing face. But at the next moment, Meng Qiuzhen said calmly, "The problem is indeed with you, you have already been contaminated." What? Yuzi was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen continued, "You have been severely contaminated. The abnormal situation is the source of the contamination. It is already weak, but after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been supporting it. The more you resist, the more intense the abnormal situation will become. Is this true?" Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled as he patted her shoulder. "Look, you have hair," Meng Qiuzhen said. "I stimulated the abnormal down marks on your body." Yuzi almost fainted on the spot. Her chest, nose, armpit, and other parts of her body all had chest hair, nose hair, and armpit hair. In just a few breaths of time, the length of these hairs had already exceeded an adult's palm. Meng Qiuzhen patted her again. "Look, you have mold." Yuzi's hair was originally standing straight, but now it had softened and was covered in greenish-white mold. A putrid stench of decay assailed his nostrils. Yuzi shed tears. This was a huge blow to her. Because the aesthetics of mermen had nothing to do with hair. What the mermaids admired were the fish scales. They were smooth and streamlined. Harry was ugly. "What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Qiuzhen!" Yuzi begged. This time, it was a sincere plea. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. "If you want me to help you, you need to take out contribution points. I am willing to give up everything I have," Yuzi quickly shouted. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head. "But your contribution points are not enough." Yuzi was dizzy from anxiety. She quickly explained. "That is because I exchanged for an immortal goo earlier." Let's do this," Meng Qiuzhen said as he activated a dream path method. Pink light enveloped Yuzi, suppressing all the hair on her body. Yuzi returned to her original appearance. Meng Qiuzhen said, "I will temporarily seal the abnormal down marks on your body. When you have enough contribution points, go to Star Collection City and receive treatment there. Go." Saying so, Meng Qiuzhen left Yuzi behind and started to repair the formation of the Earth Vein node. Yuzi gritted her teeth and bowed before leaving. While flying, she activated her goo worm and checked the mission list. Why are there so many resource point assignment missions? Yuzi's face was pale. A feeling of disgust vaguely arose in her heart. But she had no choice. In order to heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Set up the black-yellow earth pool. This mission rewards the most contribution points. Chapter 2288. Yuzi's face was deathly pale. Her eyes were dark and heavy. She walked into Star Collection City absent-mindedly. After working hard for more than 10 days without rest, she finally finished arranging black-yellow earth pool with the help of 2 other goo immortals. Isn't this fair, Yuzi? I heard you were in charge of arranging black-yellow earth pool? A goo immortal took the initiative to greet Yuzi. Yuzi quickly raised her spirits and replied, Our luck is really good. This mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was busy back then, otherwise I would have also taken on such a mission. Another goo immortal spoke to Yuzi. Yuzi quickly smiled and nodded to the person. The 2 immortals brushed past each other and soon separated. This was the style of the sovereign immortal Aperture's goo immortals. Always in a hurry, they were simply racing against time. You don't seem to be in a good state. Quickly go to Liver Life Hall. Lian Kuxian saw Yuzi and said with a concerned expression. You are here too? Yuzi saw a goo immortal of the same tribe and immediately relaxed. Lian Kuxian nodded. I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The sovereign immortal Aperture has added black-yellow earth pool. There are so many super resource points here. Yuzi had the same feeling. As far as I know, There are rolling waterfall, jumping cliff, 3 sacred mountain, divine needle valley, Han Jiao deep pool, needle forest snowfield, water spider sea, heavenly crystal storage pool. Now that we have deepened this black yellow earth pool, there are definitely others. Before Lien Kuxian and Yuzi entered the sovereign immortal aperture, they were the authoritative figures of the Merman imperial court. They naturally knew the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Micro resource points, small resource points, and medium resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could produce rank 6 resources stably, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Large resource points could produce rank 7 cultivation resources stably. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and ultimate resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could cause super forces to fight for it with all their strength. They would not hesitate to fight for it. The super forces of the 5 regions all controlled super resource points. Some had more than 10, while others had 3 or 4. The super forces here naturally did not include Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Strictly speaking, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were the ultimate forces. Now, Fan Yuan's forces were definitely the ultimate forces. There were more than 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for long. They did not come into contact with them. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation grew again. This is a good thing. But I'm worried that strange things will happen more frequently. Lien Kursen was both happy and worried. Resource points had dense Dao marks. After being moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the number of Dao marks increased sharply. Right now, the Mermaid Immortals already understood the source of the abnormality. Lien Kuxian was very worried, so was Yuzi. She sighed. Master sent several Gu Immortals out. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is lacking manpower again. During this period of time, the number of missions on the mission board continued to increase. The speed at which Gu Immortals completed missions could not keep up with the speed at which they were created. Sigh, if Master could bring in more Gu Immortals, that would be great. Lien Kuxian nodded and analyzed. I also hope to have more companions. But rashly bringing in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions is not appropriate. On one hand, we need to eliminate the suspicion of spies and spies. On the other hand, the races are equal here. If we bring in those arrogant human Gu Immortals, it might ruin the atmosphere here. Perhaps his lord also has such concerns. The two conversed as they walked. Liver Life Hall was at the end of the street. Yuzi looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard that the previous Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life Great Formation. Master spent so much effort to modify it into an immortal Gu house. It was a wise move. Immortal formations were closely connected to the surroundings, while immortal Gu houses were independent entities. Strange things happened frequently in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All the immortal formations were tested, but immortal Gu houses were not affected. Yuzi sighed again. I am still a little worried. Don't you feel that Master's concept of managing the immortal aperture is a little too radical? Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is like walking on a tightrope. We have to work hard to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slipping into the abyss of failure. Lien Kuxian squinted her eyes. Maybe this style is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is indeed like a glutton. It is already suffering from indigestion but is still devouring. We are building Dao veins everywhere, but not the root cause. If we don't solve the root cause, the abnormal situation will continue. Yuzi shook her head. During this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shuai and Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Both of them were dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. I don't believe such beautiful existences are not aware of the root cause here. We are only minor characters. How can we understand Master's considerations? That's right. This is not something we should worry about. Lien Kuxian patted Yuzi's hand. All right, Yuzi, Liver Life Hall is right in front of us. I won't accompany you in. I still have a mission to complete. Yuzi bid farewell to Lien Kuxian. She did not tell Lien Kuxian about her abnormality. Yuzi walked into the Liver Life Hall with ease. Yuzi had come to this mystical immortal goo house many times, she was no stranger to it. She thought it would be smooth this time, but she did not expect an accident to happen. Bam! Liver Life Hall shook, alerting the nearby goo immortals. Looks like someone's liver exploded again. Hee, this is not a good feeling. No matter who it is, he or she is much luckier than me. The healing hall was just constructed not long ago. Thus, when Yuzi woke up, she found that she was no longer in Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate. The surroundings were filled with dazzling white light that almost made her unable to open her eyes. When she finally adapted to this light, she saw a lump of wool floating in the air, looking down at her. This lump of wool condensed into the appearance of Fang Yuan's main body. Yuzi quickly stood up to greet, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's will. Don't move, your liver has already exploded, your injuries are not light. Also, there are still some down marks hidden in your body. Although they were temporarily suppressed by dream path methods, they are showing signs of relapse now. Yuzi immediately panicked. She did not want to grow hair and mold in front of Fang Yuan's main body's will. Of course, her current appearance was also very pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach was split open, half of her ribs were blown away, and her internal organs were all injured. Yuzi looked up at Fang Yuan's will and quickly called out, "Please save me, master, I have enough contribution points." Fang Yuan's will nodded. You have enough contribution points, then I have a few treatment methods for you to choose from. The first is to use a time path killer move to restore you to your previous state. The second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast liver to you, and then use transformation path methods to perfectly fuse this liver with your body, as if it was one with you. The third method is a refinement path method. It will first refine the different down marks in your body, and then refine a new liver for you. The fourth method is the most recommended. This is an immortal killer move called salt water liver. After you cultivate it, you will be able to create a new liver. This liver not only has water path down marks, but also food path down marks. With this liver, you will be able to cultivate food path in the future. Compared to an ordinary goo immortal's liver, salt water liver can last longer and be strengthened by Liver Life Hall. Moreover, if you fall into a desperate situation in the future, with no way out and lacking food, you can eat this liver to fill your stomach. And the fifth method is... Fang Yuan's will spoke eloquently, listing more than 10 treatment methods. After listening carefully, Yuzi asked about the price. She eventually found that the safest and least risky method was the first time path method. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer move's effect was not obvious. To have an obvious effect, she would have to pay a higher price. Thus, the first method was not cost-effective. The second method had the best effect. As long as Yuzi could afford it, she could transplant an immemorial desolate beast's liver into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path method, which was also the third method. The fourth method was the most cost-effective. Salt water liver ha. Yuzi thought for a moment before nodding. I will choose this. While Yuzi was healing, in Western Desert, Xiao Yihu looked at Wan Haoguang frowning. Mud Plow Beach is gone, Fragrance Flying Island is also gone. They have been publicly traded by Fang Clan to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The transaction between us needs to be modified. Wan Haoguang had a pained expression. Xiao Yihu, you have already come here to discuss with me no less than 5 times, right? Is it appropriate to change it like this? According to my previous suggestion, we should attack Fang Clan as soon as possible and chase them away, then change the details of the transaction according to the situation, right? Xiao Yihu shook his head, sighing deeply. Wan Haoguang, this is very risky. Your clan's resource points have almost all been sold by Fang Clan. Even if you succeed in suppressing Fang Clan, can you take out enough compensation? After all, you have already contacted all the super forces in Western Desert. Among the price you have to pay to invite these people, can you satisfy my Xiao clan first? Wan Haoguang felt a headache. He was just about to appease Xiao Yihu when suddenly, heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Their base had been ambushed. Fang Clan again! Such guts! We did not attack them, but they actually dared to send themselves to death. Fight! After the Anti-Fang Alliance army reacted, they retaliated furiously. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals were especially furious. It was this group of shameless scoundrels who sold their resource points. They had to modify the transaction every few days. It was a huge headache. Fang Clan mobilized 3 immortal Gu houses this time. Fang Clan's immortals were also furious. It's you! You forced our Fang Clan to sell our resource points. Bam bam bam. Both sides were filled with anger and hatred. The moment they fought, heaven and earth shook, sand and rocks flew. Chapter 2289. Thunderous explosions resounded as all sorts of killer moves clashed one after another. Pineapple Sigma Small Infinity said that even the terrifying shockwave that was stirred up carried with it a fatal danger. Fang Clan's attack was too sudden. It was out of the Anti-Fang Alliance's expectations. What made the Alliance Immortals even more hateful was that they did not choose a resource point to set up camp at. They chose an ordinary desert. They were about to attack Fang Clan. It was just that before the battle, they had to discuss the contents of the transaction. Fang Dicheng's scheme was very effective. He repeatedly made public transactions with Fang Yuan, causing the Anti-Fang Alliance to be unstable internally and greatly delaying their attack. And this sudden attack was also Fang Dicheng's idea. Fang Clan's Fang Dicheng! Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. Not just him, the Alliance Immortals also felt Fang Dicheng's power at this moment. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dicheng's expression was cold. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind. He shouted, "Release all the ancient desolate beasts! I do not want to kill them, but I want to scatter the enemy immortals." At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a dazzling light. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts, including chickens and dogs, barely formed into 2 groups as they charged forward. Wan Haoguang's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately understood Fang Clan's plan. He shouted, "Don't get scattered! Anyone who is left alone will face life-threatening danger!" Fang Clan's Gu Immortals were hiding inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, while the Alliance's Gu Immortals were flying in the sky. These Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Who could block these ancient desolate beasts with their physical bodies? Even if they used killer moves, they could not destroy them immediately. If they fought and retreated at the same time, their already loose formation would be broken and Fang Clan would succeed. Right at this time, one of the Alliance Gu Immortals laughed loudly. His appearance changed abruptly. "It is my turn!" He was wearing a green robe. He laughed loudly. His voice was noisy and gave a deep impression. "You are not Tian Feng Go, you are Tian Deji!" The other Gu Immortals in the Alliance shouted with joy on their faces. Tian Deji had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated enslavement path. He was not a direct descendant of Tian Clan. He was originally a lowly youngster with no cultivation aptitude. He could only be a farmer his entire life. But one time, when he was taking care of a field, he accidentally found a Gu Immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that caused his fate to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He first cultivated in secret before being discovered. He had no choice but to contribute the Gu Immortal inheritance to Tian Clan. The Gu Immortal who took over the inheritance, Tian Gangwei, was a righteous person. He did not covet this inheritance. Instead, he protected Tian Deji in the following days. Tian Deshang had inherited this strange inheritance. He could only enslave chickens, but the effect was amazing. At the next moment, Tian Deji suddenly attacked, using an enslavement path killer move. All the chicken ancient desolate beasts released by Fang Clan rebelled. These ancient desolate beasts immediately turned around to deal with the dog-like ancient desolate beasts behind them. For a time, chickens and dogs fought each other, and the battlefield was covered in sand. The crisis of the Anti-Fang Alliance was instantly resolved. Wan Xiao, Wan Haoguang, Sun Wang and the others all made their moves. Wind path, light path, fire path, and other killer moves erupted one after another, forming 3 perfect waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Co-op. Fang Clan had a plan and Wan Clan was also prepared. Tian Deji's identity was a secret that had only been exposed now. This was the result of Wan Clan's communication with Tian Clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fang Clan, Wan Clan did not waste this time. While discussing internally, Wan Clan organized Gu Immortals to practice. The alliance's Gu Immortals had little tacit understanding with each other. There was no problem in fighting one-on-one, but fighting in groups was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. Aiming at this weakness, with the Celestial Court's continuous supply of immortal Yuan Stone, the Alliance Immortals trained hard and formed a basic tacit understanding for group battles. Fang Huaxing. Fang Dichang controlled Chicken Dog Coop to retreat while calling for help. Although the chicken ancient desolate beasts had rebelled, Chicken Dog Coop still controlled the dog-like ancient desolate beasts. This immortal Gu house was very important. If it lost any crucial immortal Gu, it would be terrible. The dog-like ancient desolate beasts would not listen to orders and would quickly be defeated. Fang Huaxing, who was inside Fallen Flower Hall, immediately rushed over. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall burst out with radiance. The radiance was white as snow. It first burst out before converging into a huge flower bud on the roof. The flower bud quickly bloomed. Its petals were like mirrors that refracted light. During the process of blooming, the petals collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. After the flower completely bloomed, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. It was extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in the blink of an eye and burst out with a strong suction force. Be it Wan Hao Guang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of their power was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small portion of its power that caused Fallen Flower Hall to shake. The mirror flower's petals scattered and shattered. The remaining petals gathered and formed a flower bud again. I'll return it to you, Fang Huaxing shouted. The mirror flower's bud bloomed again, releasing the killer move's power that it had absorbed earlier. The flower completely dissipated. The killer move that was released forced Wan Hao Guang and the rest to retreat. They could only use their methods to resist. Fang Huaxing saw that the three immortals were in a sorry state. He knew that an opportunity had appeared. He was about to give chase when a fire path immortal Gu house suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. This immortal Gu house was like a huge wheel. After sucking in Dong Clan's two Gu immortals, Dong Zhu and Dong Ming, it rolled over. Dong Clan's immortal Gu house, Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted with hatred. Fang Clan, you once used a theft path immortal Gu house to attack my Dong Clan's resource points. You destroyed my clan's treasure moon oasis. We will take our revenge today. Red River Wheel charged towards Fallen Flower Hall with a crushing momentum. Countless flames surged and burned fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely and retreated rapidly. Where are you going? Red River Wheel chased relentlessly. Not long after, Fallen Flower Hall was covered in flames. It was at a disadvantage. To a certain extent, Red River Wheel countered the Woodpath Immortal Gu House, Fallen Flower Hall. Since there is fire, it is easy. Within the alliance formation, Gong Jiao Chase smiled as he unleashed a killer move. Rumble. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall surged and turned into a huge fire. Damn it! Fang Huaxing gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend with all his strength, but the situation was not salvageable. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save the Gu worms inside. Red River Wheel's flames were seeping into the Immortal Gu house, spreading towards the core Immortal Gu. Fang Gong saw this and wanted to use Inquiry Dock to reinforce it. But the other Rank 7 Immortal Gu house blocked its path. It was Wan Clan's Time Path Immortal Gu house, Myriad Age Building. Next, Fang Dichang's Chicken Dog Coop was also attacked by many Gu Immortals. Fang Dichang heaved a deep sigh as he thought. Wan Clan made ample preparations this time. Be it Tian Deji who was hiding his identity, Red River Wheel that countered Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age Building that was harassing Inquiry Dock, they all proved that Wan Clan had come prepared in this counterattack. Fang Clan's 3 immortal goo houses were not a secret. And this anti-Fang alliance included more than 10 superforces. It was not difficult to find a way to restrain Fang Clan from them. Ever since the chicken ancient desolate beast was instigated, Fang Dichang knew something was amiss. When the anti-Fang alliance gained a foothold and reacted, Fang Clan was instead suppressed. The advantage of their sneak attack earlier was already gone. But even though the situation was dangerous, Fang Clan's immortals were not flustered, they were still full of confidence. Earth Shuttle, move! Fang Chen and Fang Enlei flew out of the Immortal Goo House and entered Earth Shuttle. This is the Immortal Goo House that destroyed my Tall Pine Oasis Formation Foundation. Wan Xiao saw this and was furious. He immediately changed his target and threw the rampaging wind blades that he had been preparing at Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge. After enduring this rampaging wind blade, it charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance Goo Immortals dodged in panic. Who would dare to use their own body to clash with a rank 7 Immortal Goo House? Wan Zhao's pupils shrunk. Earth Shuttle Immortal Goo House was strengthened in all aspects. Last time when they attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different this time. However, this Earth Path Immortal Goo House was also within Wan Clan's range of response. In fact, even the strengthening of the Earth Path Immortal Goo House was within Wan Clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Shata stood up and activated a killer move to obstruct Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle's surface was immediately covered in a thick layer of sand, causing its speed to fall sharply. Bam! Earth Shuttle shook fiercely, the sand shattered. Without any restraints, Earth Shuttle directly charged towards Mo Shata. Mo Shata was pale with fright. He turned around and ran. The Alliance's formation started to fall into chaos. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to make a move in advance. He raised the chamber pot in his hand and aimed it at Earth Shuttle, letting out a lump of pitch-black light. "Don't even think about it!" Fang Huaxing shouted. Fallen Flower Hall activated again. Immortal Killer Move, Fleeting Bloom. The pitch-black lump of light was originally extremely fast, but it was affected by Fleeting Bloom and suddenly slowed down. The Earth Shuttle dodged the attack effortlessly, causing Xiao Yihu to glare angrily. "You still have the mind to care about others!" Taba Qingfeng attacked. He was a famous Goo Immortal in Western Desert's Goo Immortal world. He was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a Wind Path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, it immediately used the wind to engulf most of Fallen Flower Hall, causing it to burn fiercely. Fang Huaxing's expression sank. Although he had helped Earth Shuttle earlier, he had made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. "Should we reinforce Fallen Flower Hall?" Fang Dichang's gaze swept through the battlefield. He saw a figure and his pupils shrunk. "No, save Inquiry Dock first!" Suiqiu Sansha had been hiding behind the enemy lines since the start of the battle, preparing his killer move. Right now, the killer move's aura was close to completion. Fang Clan had roof-tile-breaking killer move. It countered Immortal Goo Houses. Suiqiu Clan also had a killer move called Scattered Sand. It was created by Suiqiu Sansha. Chapter 2290. Scattered Sand. This move's power was similar to breaking the roof tiles. It could also counter Immortal Goo Houses. Without a doubt, this was the Anti-Fang Alliance's trump card against Fang Clan. Fang Clan was most skilled in Immortal Goo Houses. Suiqiu Sansha, who was in a state of disunity, was the key to suppressing Fang Clan. "We cannot let him use his killer move!" Fang Dichang pointed out Suiqiu Sansha's threat and immediately ordered. "Fang Ji, Fang Dongxi, go!" 2 Fang Clan rank 7 Goo Immortals flew out of Chicken Dog Coop and took out an Immortal Goo House. This Immortal Goo House only had 2 floors, it was a short building. When the Immortal Goo House was activated, thick smoke rose from the roof. Rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Smoke Wave Building. A brand new Immortal Goo House has appeared. Fang Clan traded so many resource points, they indeed built another Immortal Goo House from heaven, refining Demon Venerable. The Alliance Celestials were shocked. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, Shere Khan stepped forward bravely and anxiously approached the smoky wave tower to test the waters. After all, defense was his forte. Smokewave Tower did not move quickly, but the thick smoke on the roof grew more and more turbulent. Very quickly it spread to more than half of the battlefield, attempting to engulf Zhuqiu Sanshao. The Alliance Celestials did not know the power of the smoke and retreated cautiously. Immortal Killer Move, swirling clear space. Qin Lang used the technique he was most proud of in his life. In an instant, most of the vast smoke dissipated, and the world became clear again. Humph! Fan Dichang saw this and personally left behind a sentence before leaving. Fan Lung, Fan Yun, look after Chicken Dog Coop for me. Fan Dichang flew out and immediately took out an Immortal Goo house and flew inside. Another Rank 7 Immortal Goo house! The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar, greatly shaken. Fang Clan had 3 new Immortal Goo houses, and they were all Rank 7. How many things did the Eastern Sea's Heaven Refining Demon Venerable give to the Fang Clan? The 3rd Immortal Goo house was called Thought Expelling Pavilion. It was a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo house that matched Fan Dichang. Fan Dichang activated the Immortal Goo house's method and shot at Zhuqiu Sanshao. Zhuqiu Sanshao was close to success, but the thoughts in his mind suddenly left, flew out of his mind, and circled around him. The goo worms in the immortal aperture became chaotic. Zhuqiu Sanshao's killer move activation failed. He coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash, falling to the ground. Taba Qingfeng and Gong Jiaocha saw that the situation was not good and quickly gave up on besieging the fallen flower hall. The former rescued Zhuqiu Sanshao while the latter attacked the vanquishing pavilion from afar. Thought-expelling pavilion forcefully withstood Gong Jiaoche's fire path killer move, using the same trick again. Tang Lang cried out and fell to the ground from a high altitude. I can't hold on any longer. Shere Kang's entire body was pitch black, as if he was covered in soot. He shouted loudly as he rapidly retreated. The thick black smoke emitted by the smoky wave tower made it extremely difficult for him to defend, and he had already reached his limit. Right at this moment, a yellow meteor suddenly pierced through the battlefield and slammed into Shere Kang. It was the Earth shuttle. Shere Kang's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and a terrifying sense of death enveloped his entire body. Bang! At the critical moment, Shi Shutong flew over and crashed into him from the side, forcefully changing the Earth shuttle's path. Shere Kang almost brushed past the Earth shuttle and was lucky enough to escape with his life. Most of his fighting spirit dissipated, and he retreated with all his might. The enemy is in chaos. Fan Dichang saw this and activated Thought-Expelling Pavilion to find Tian Diji. Tian Diji was so scared that he quickly released ancient desolate chickens from his immortal aperture to protect himself. Who knew that Fan Dichang was only bluffing and immediately turned the spearhead back to Sun Wang. Sun Clan's Gu Immortals were the most conservative. The moment they saw Thought-Expelling Pavilion move, they immediately retreated at an astonishing speed. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals had extremely ugly expressions. Fan Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He could clearly see through people's minds. Relying on the deterrence of Thought-Expelling Pavilion, he did not need to make a few moves to obtain all sorts of results. First Supreme Elder, this is the moment when my Fang clan wins. Fang Dichang's tone was slightly excited. In Inquiry Dock, Fang Gong was already impatient. Hearing Fang Dichang's call, he laughed loudly, handing Inquiry Dock to the other Fang Clan Gu Immortals as he flew out like a meteor. Fang Gong slammed into the Longevity Tower, causing it to almost collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaking. Fang Gong's palm shadows flew everywhere, creating a storm of attacks. Myriad Age Tower's defensive killer move could not resist roof tile breaking. The tower quickly collapsed. Good! Xiao Yihu's eyes shined with bright light. He finally saw a Gu Immortal who was alone. This gave Chamber Pot Immortal Gu House a chance to display its power. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw Earth's shuttle approaching. Xiao Yihu cursed. He had to retreat and protect himself first. Myriad Age Tower had no choice but to activate its strongest defensive method. Fang Gong's lifespan began to be rapidly extracted. Fang Gong sneered, decisively flying away. He had forced Myriad Age Tower to use this method. He had already achieved his goal. Once Myriad Age Tower activated this method, it could only stop after 2 hours. The surrounding Gu Immortal allies quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Myriad Age Tower. The Anti-Fang Alliance's formation was already in complete chaos. Fang Gong abandoned Myriad Age Tower and charged towards Red River Wheel. "Don't you want revenge? Then come!" Fang Gong shouted. Roof tile breaking burst out again. Red River Wheel quickly retreated, the blazing flames pressing towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong did not dodge, he stuck close to Red River Wheel in the blazing flames. Dong Ming screamed, "Fang Gong, you are going too far!" He activated Red River Wheel and crashed towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong's eyes shined sharply as he crashed towards Red River Wheel. The two collided. Red River Wheel retreated as Fang Gong chased after it. Dong Ming's expression was deathly pale. "This is the power of a rank 8 strength path Gu Immortal." Dong Zhu did not say a word, she let out Molten Flame Bird. Fang Gong's fists and legs collided, the Molten Flame Bird was brutally destroyed. It was a miserable sight. In a dozen or so breaths of time, Red River Wheel was forced back by Fang Gong. The surface of the wheel was in tatters. "Fang Gong, don't be arrogant." Xiao Yi, who had finally gotten the help of his allies, he finally had a chance to attack. In order to invite him, Wan Clan had paid a huge price to Xiao Clan. Why? It was to deal with Fang Gong. Immortal Gu House chamber pot was small, it could not carry people like ordinary Immortal Gu houses, it would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But it was most proficient in dealing with Gu Immortals outside. Even Fang Gong would be threatened. "Fang Gong, die!" Xiao Yi, who finally attacked, the pitch-black light lump shot towards Fang Gong. "Fang Gong, you are still not retreating?" Dong Ming and Dong Zhu shouted in unison. They were very flustered because Red River Wheel was on the verge of destruction. But Fang Gong laughed loudly, not even looking at the pitch-black light lump. "This is the battle that will make my Fang Clan famous! How can I, Fang Gong, be stingy with my life?" There was a loud bang. Red River Wheel was completely destroyed by Fang Gong. Dong Ming and Dong Zhu were extremely shocked. They were flying in the sky, surrounded by countless fragments of Red River Wheel and a vast number of Gu worm corpses. They looked at Fang Gong as if they were looking at a fearless and invincible heavenly god. But at the next moment, the pitch-black light lump landed on Fang Gong's body. "Success!" Xiao Yi, who was overjoyed. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Boom! Fang Gong's arms shook, directly shattering the pitch-black light lump. The Anti-Fang Alliance's Immortals were terrified. Many people subconsciously opened their mouths wide in shock. How is this possible?" Xiao Yi, who could not believe it, his eyes were wide open. "You are next!" Fang Gong looked at Xiao Yi and spoke calmly. Xiao Yi's heart shrunk. He was intimidated by Fang Gong's ferocious aura. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Gong flew towards Xiao Yi like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a grand chi wave. "Save me! My Xiao Clan will repay you generously!" Xiao Yi frantically tried to escape. Gong Jiao Che, Tang Lan Ke, Qin Lang, Tian Deji, and the others attacked in an attempt to stop him. Fang Gong did not dodge. All the killer moves were forcefully endured by him. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, or a wild dragon entering the sea, rapidly approaching Xiao Yi. Like a tiger swallowing 10,000 li. Xiao Yi could not shake off Fang Gong. He could only watch as he got closer with a look of despair. "Let this battle start the rise of my Fang Clan!" Fang Gong shouted in his mind, battle intent burning in his chest like fire. At the periphery of the battlefield, high in the sky, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian watched the battle quietly. Seeing this scene, the former was somewhat restless. "Friends from the Celestial Court, it is better for you to watch quietly." Lu Weiyin appeared with a smile on his face. Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian's expressions changed. They stared at Lu Wei-yin with full vigilance. At the same time, Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal activated Luck Path investigative methods. Once in a while, Giant Sun Immortal would do this. He first inspected Celestial Court. In his mind, Fan Yuan lacked immortal essence and refined the least Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in Celestial Court, was following him closely. She was the main target he needed to be wary of. Celestial Court's luck increased again. It seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already refined most of Celestial Court's Tao marks. It will be harder for me to investigate her in the future. Next, Giant Sun Immortal inspected Eastern Sea. He saw that Fan Yuan's luck was low. It had only increased slightly compared to before. There was no problem. A portion of Fan Yuan's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck was sent to Western Desert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Western Desert. He saw a battlefield with countless luck entangling together, mixing together, and forming a blood-red color with some black mixed in. It seems that Western Desert's anti-Fang battle has already begun. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. Fang Clan's matter had caused a huge commotion. All 5 regions were paying attention to it. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew the details. He looked carefully and understood immediately. Fang Clan seems to have the upper hand, but there is actually a huge variable. Wan Clan is hiding, so Celestial Court is actually supporting Wan Clan like this. Giant Sun Immortal saw through the secret and snickered coldly. From start to finish, he had not interfered in Western Desert's anti-Fang battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable do not cultivate luck path. They do not know that they are expending each other's luck in this contest. This is already a flaw. If I were at my peak in my previous life, with my luck path methods, I would definitely be able to gain an advantage. What a pity, what a pity! Giant Sun Immortal needed to conserve immortal essence to refine luck path Tao marks now. Other than that, even though he had many rank 8 luck path immortal goo, he did not have any rank 9 luck path immortal goo. Chapter 2291. Rank 9 existences, be they goo immortals or immortal goo, were envied by heaven. They could not be preserved. Thus, there were only 11 venerables in human history, and each had a limited lifespan. There were also very few rank 9 immortal goo in the world. Giant Sun Immortal took a final look at his luck. He frowned slightly. The situation was not good. It was worse than before. But according to the information, Giant Sun Immortal could not figure out where this bad luck came from. He was most suspicious of Celestial Court. What is that old woman Star Constellation Immortal Venerable trying to do now? Giant Sun Immortal was not anxious. In fact, he had a way to change his own luck. But there was still a flaw. He was short on immortal essence. He needed to refine Tao marks. His luck path immortal goo did not have rank 9. It was very difficult to use a rank 8 luck path killer move to change his rank 9 luck. It would expend a lot of immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal soon stopped using his investigative method. The longer the 3 venerables fought, the more important the information became. But Giant Sun Immortal's investigation time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to consider his immortal essence expenditure. He had to conserve as much immortal essence as possible. Giant Sun Immortal fell into deep thought. Where did my bad luck come from? Celestial Court is the biggest suspect, but Fan Yuan cannot let his guard down. He has the sovereign immortal body. He cultivates all paths. His future potential is terrifying. Other than this, he has another advantage. That is refinement path itself. Even though refinement path does not specialize in offense, its development far surpasses luck path and blood path. Thus, the number of rank 9 immortal goo far surpasses luck path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path. The development of each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Giant Sun Immortal preserved his luck path. It did not spread out. It had little development. Other goo immortals could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods, but there were very few luck path immortal goo that could reach rank 9. In contrast, refinement path was the most widely developed path. Because Gu refinement was something that Gu cultivators could not avoid. Even Gu cultivators of other paths would refine Gu to some extent. This way, as refinement path developed, there would be more refinement path Gu cultivators, there would be more refinement path Dao marks, there would be an endless supply of refinement path resources, there would be many types of refinement path immortal Gu, there would also be more and more refinement path immortal Gu that could advance to rank 9. Thankfully, Fang Yuan lacks immortal essence now, he is still far from refining rank 9 refinement path immortal Gu. Maybe my bad luck is not Fang Yuan or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but other venerables. If the other venerables were to be revived, who would be the most disadvantageous to me? Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot as a backup, and the crucial thing was obscured heavenly secret. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the ability to investigate, the result was not ideal. If I have a breakthrough in the Blood Path Immortal Gu trade, my luck should be able to improve. Not only did Fang Yuan obstruct Giant Sun Immortal in terms of Blood Path Immortal Gu, Celestial Court had already done so back in Blood Sea Ancestors era. Demon Judgment Board's Core Immortal Gu, Blood Relation, and Red Heart Traveler's Heart Blood Immortal Gu were things that Giant Sun Immortal desired. Currently, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was still in a long negotiation with Fang Yuan's clone. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were also secretly negotiating over Blood Path Immortal Gu, but there was almost no progress. Western Desert. Fang Gong arrived in front of Xiao Yihu and punched. Xiao Yihu was terrified, he could only use Immortal Gu House Chamber Pot to block. With a loud explosion, Chamber Pot shattered on the spot. The terrifying fist force's power weakened slightly as it landed on Xiao Yihu's chest. Xiao Yihu was sent flying like a meteor, a deep pit was formed on his chest, a large amount of blood mixed with his shattered organs spurted out of his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind. With one punch, Xiao Yihu was on the verge of death, Chamber Pot shattered. Retreat! We can't fight anymore. The Anti-Fang Alliance army was scared out of their wits, their battle intent was almost completely extinguished. Fang Gong's strength far surpassed their expectations, he was not countered by Chamber Pot. This Fang clan's first Supreme Elder was simply the bane of Immortal Gu houses. Ever since Fang clan attacked Wan clan's Tall Pine Oasis, he had already destroyed Winding Light Platform, Red River Wheel, and Xiao clan's Chamber Pot. These 3 Immortal Gu houses were all rank 7, they had rank 8 battle strength. There is still the last one. Fang Gong turned around slightly. Ignoring the rank 7 Gu immortals who were retreating, he stared at Myriad Age Building. The Anti-Fang Alliance army only had 1 Immortal Gu house left, Myriad Age Building. Myriad Age Building was also a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, it could fight rank 8. It was the final pillar of the Anti-Fang Alliance army. As long as it fell, Fang clan would obtain complete victory. This was the most crucial point. The other Gu immortals might be elites among rank 7 Gu immortals with their own specialties, but without Myriad Age Building to suppress them, these people would scatter as soon as they charged, they were like a mob. Fang clan has 6 Immortal Gu houses, they are all rank 7. Our side only has Myriad Age Building left. Retreat, retreat! The Celestial Court is still not making a move? Sigh, they are really too useless. Look at how much Heaven Refining Demon Venerable supported Fang clan, a total of 3 Immortal Gu houses. What did the Celestial Court offer? Fang Dichang displayed his Wisdom Path Gu Immortal stratagem once again. At this crucial moment, he ordered Fang clan's army not to chase after these rank 7 Gu immortals, but to control the Immortal Gu houses to surround Myriad Age Building. Without Fang clan's pursuit, all the Gu immortals in the alliance besides Wan clan were retreating frantically. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guan had ashen expressions as they returned to Myriad Age Building. Fang clan's 6 Immortal Gu houses surrounded Myriad Age Building. Fang Gong had a calm expression as he slowly flew towards Myriad Age Building. Surrender, Wan clan's friends. I can guarantee with Fang clan's reputation that as long as you surrender and are willing to give up a portion of your territory, my Fang clan will not demand all of your Immortal Gu, nor will we take any of your lives. Fang Gong spoke. His conditions were actually very lenient. We won! Fan Ling and Fan Yun were already cheering. Fan Clan's immortals had no objections to Fan Gong's persuasion. Fan Clan had already discussed this. If such a situation occurred, they would persuade them to surrender like this. If Wan Clan surrendered, this result would be extremely beneficial to Fan Clan. Once Wan Clan admitted defeat, Fan Clan would have the righteous name of the righteous path, and would rightfully occupy a portion of Wan Clan's territory. Wan Clan would no longer have a righteous cause to rally the other superforces to form an anti-Fan alliance again. Of course, Wan Clan's headquarters and some important resource points would be taken back by Wan Clan. But to Fan Clan, the overall gains were far greater than the losses. Lord Lu Weiyin, it seems Fan Clan won. Of course. Look at who is supporting them. The two Rockmangu immortals were beside Lu Weiyin, and seeing this scene, they revealed proud smiles. But Lu Weiyin frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. These two Celestial Court Gu immortals still have calm expressions. It seems the matter is not so simple. On Celestial Court's side, Zhou Xiong Xin and Wan Zihong had calm expressions. They even had expectant gazes. In Myriad Age Building, a woman's voice suddenly resounded. Fan Clan's descendant is truly amazing. Your scheme is also very detailed. But how can my Wan Clan be humiliated like this? Fan Clan's immortals were bewildered. At this critical moment, this unfamiliar female voice actually represented the Wan Clan. Who exactly was she? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had interfered? But Fan Clan knew a lot about Wan Zihong. It did not sound like this. May I ask for this fairy's name? This is a contest between my Fan Clan and Wan Clan. Fan Gong frowned as he probed. Ha! The mysterious female immortal laughed loudly. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with calm confidence. Following her laughter, a surging rank 8 aura surged out. When dust and flowers fall, everything is not over. The cold sound of the year bell shatters, cannot dispel the sorrow of 10,000 ages. As the poem finished, the world turned dark. Dark winds blew, gloomy clouds covered the sky. In the surrounding several li, all living beings, including Gu immortals from both sides, felt an intense sense of sorrow engulfing their hearts. Sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. Loss, disappointment, melancholy, worry, anguish, dejection, all sorts of emotions made people shed tears on the spot. Their chests felt stifled, they could barely breathe. Fan Clan's 6 immortal Gu houses that surrounded Myriad Age Building were swaying left and right, almost falling to the ground. Inside thought-expelling pavilion, the Wisdom Path Gu immortal Fang Dichang was half kneeling. He had a malevolent expression as he resisted Wan Clan's terrifying killer move with all his strength. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fan Gong barely resisted. He retreated in panic as he shouted, "You are Wan Gu Cho!" In a short period of time, the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly. He aged rapidly. Close to 100 years of his lifespan was extracted. Retreat. Fang Dichang spoke with difficulty. Fan Clan's 6 immortal Gu houses retreated in panic. The Alliance immortals who had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield were dumbfounded. Wan Gu Cho! Isn't that the strongest peak rank 8 female immortal in Wan Clan's history? When she was in power, Wan Clan almost dominated the whole of Western Desert. She lived for 10,000 years. Myriad Age Building was created by her. She actually survived? That's right, this is likely the doing of Celestial Court. It must be her. Her killer move with the same name, Wan Gu Cho, is famous in history. Only she who cultivates both Time Path and Wisdom Path can use it. Only she can use this move to unleash such terrifying power in Myriad Age Building. This move already has the demeanor of a pseudo-venerable. The immortals were shaken. At the next moment, Wan Gu Cho stopped her killer move. She shouted at the Alliance Gu immortals. Are you still not going to attack? The immortals came to a realization. They shouted and charged over again. Fan Clan was hit by the killer move Wan Gu Cho. They could not get rid of their depressed emotions. They could not even display 20% of their battle strength. They were routed. Myriad Age Building led the experts to pursue. The immortals first destroyed Smoke Wave Building, then destroyed Thought Expelling Pavilion. In order to save Fang Dichang in Thought Expelling Pavilion, Fang Gong and the other immortals were forced to take action. After a battle to the death, Fang Dichang was rescued, but Fang Clan paid a heavy price. The most outstanding immortal Gu House, Fallen Flower Hall, was destroyed. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei, 2 rank 7 elites, died on the spot. Eventually, Fang Clan brought the 3 damaged immortal Gu houses and escaped the battlefield. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2292. Wang Xiao'er woke up from his slumber. Wasn't I imprisoned all along? Where is this place? Wang Xiao'er was dazed. He found himself in a vast desolate plain. Quickly escape! Run, run! A large group of people suddenly surged towards him. Crack! With a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck down. Next, the earth shook. With a loud sound, the ground started to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a huge crater formed in the surrounding 10 li. The crater surrounded everyone, including Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was stunned. He was trapped in the crowd. The surrounding people were in chaos and panic. Wang Xiao'er also felt the same. He did not know what was going on. Before this, he was captured by Dong Fangxi in Sand Heap Blessed Land. After soul searching, he obtained information about Hu Land. During the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, Dong Fangxi lost his soul core. Fortunately, Dong Fangxi captured Wang Xiao'er and obtained information about Hu Land from him. Dong Fangxi used this precious information to make up for his mistake. On the other hand, he also found out about the peculiarity of Wang Xiao'er's body. Dong Fangxi imprisoned Wang Xiao'er in his immortal aperture. He specially set up an underground prison and conducted many in-depth research on Wang Xiao'er. But he could not figure out what was wrong with Wang Xiao'er. All of you, shut up! A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Wang Xiao'er and the rest raised their heads. Your ancestor Fang Dong died in battle. Everything here belongs to me, Xiao Yihu. You are all my captives. All of you stay here. If anyone dares to run away, I'll make him wish he was dead. Xiao Yihu's face was pale. He had a malevolent expression. Under his threat, the previously noisy and chaotic crowd immediately fell silent out of fear. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei died in battle to protect Fang Dichang. They were both rank 7 Gu immortals. When their immortal apertures landed on the ground, their immortal apertures' entrance would open and absorb heaven and earth chi, forming an ownerless blessed land. Xiao Yihu took the chance to enter and plunder the loot. However, the results of the search did not satisfy Xiao Yihu. He suffered severe losses this time. The entire immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed by Fang Gong. Even if he emptied Fang Dongxi's immortal aperture, it was only a drop in the ocean. No, the Wan clan must give me an explanation. Xiao Yihu's expression was unsightly. After stabilizing the situation in eastern Blessed Land, he hurriedly left to find the Wan clan. At this moment, the Anti-Fang Alliance had already successfully reclaimed the Wan clan's Blessed Land. The immortals of the Anti-Fang Alliance were temporarily resting here. Arriving at the front of the hall, Xiao Yihu slightly concealed his unsightly expression and shouted, Senior Wan Gucho, Junior Xiao Yihu represents the Xiao clan and requests an audience. I have important matters to discuss. Things were different now. Wan Gucho suddenly revived and defeated Fang clan, turning defeat into victory. Her fame spread far and wide. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shaken. In the face of such an expert, Xiao Yihu had to restrain his attitude towards the Wan clan. Very soon, Xiao Yihu received permission to enter the main hall and saw Wan Gucho. Wan Gucho was dressed in white and had a head full of silver hair, looking very old. On the left stood Wan Haoguang, on the right stood Wan Xiao. He! She looked at Xiao Yihu and laughed. Her laughter was hoarse and horrifying. Xiao Clan's Junior, you've come at the right time. I have something important to discuss with you. Take a seat first and wait for a while. Yes. Xiao Yihu did not dare to retort. He chose a seat and sat down. Not long after, the other Anti-Fang Alliance Gu Immortals were invited to the main hall to discuss matters. Even the two Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian, were present. Wan Guchou looked around and said directly, "Although Fang clan lost, they stole a large number of our clan's resource points. According to our agreement with Zhu clan, our Wan clan is unable to pay the compensation. However, there is a great opportunity now. Fang clan suffered a huge loss and their strength has fallen greatly. As long as we continue to attack, Fang clan will not be able to resist us. Fang clan has fallen to the demonic path, we must exterminate them. We will divide the spoils of battle together." The immortals felt a chill in their bodies and minds. This Wan Guchou was extremely shameless. She said she could not pay the compensation and forced the Anti-Fang Alliance to continue. Her methods were also ruthless. She wanted to continue to attack and exterminate Fang clan. But this was indeed a good opportunity. The immortals could not help but be moved. Fang clan sold a large number of Wan clan's resource points, and sold few of their own resource points. Fang clan's foundation was still there. Now was the time to beat them while they were down. Wan clan is sinister, they purposely hid Wan Guchou and kept us in the dark. Wan Guchou had been hiding and waiting for us to be defeated before she made her move and defeated Fang clan in one go, creating the current situation that is most beneficial to Wan clan. On the surface, Wan clan has the most transactions with Shao clan, but in fact, their biggest partner is Central Continent's Celestial Court. None of the immortals present were stupid, they had already reacted during this period of time. If Wan Guchou made her move earlier, even if the Anti-Fang Alliance defeated Fang clan, the credit would go to most of the Alliance's Gu Immortals. But Wan Guchou only made her move at the last moment, immediately restoring Wan clan's prestige. The Alliance Immortals did not have the qualifications to emphasize their contributions. They did not have the face to ask for compensation. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan broke the rules. How can such a super clan continue to stand tall in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world? I agree with Senior Wan Guchou's plan. But we need to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war. The Immortals had participated in the previous battle and suffered losses. Some were anxious to make up for it, like Xiao Yihu. Some had experienced danger and wanted to gain more. They wanted to take the chance to make a profit. Seeing that the Western Desert Gu Immortals agreed, Wan Guchou looked at the two Gu Immortals from Celestial Court. Since ancient times, Celestial Court has been the leader of human path, the role model of the righteous path. This time, we will need your help to counterattack Fang clan. Wan Guchou understood deeply. Compared to these Western Desert Gu Immortals, Celestial Court's support was more important. Without Celestial Court's support, Wan clan could not attack Fang clan. Wan clan had paid a lot to cooperate with Celestial Court, but they also gained a lot. Wan Guchou was revived by Celestial Court. Right now, her many rank 8-time Path Immortal Gu were all lent to her by Celestial Court. Even her myriad Guchou killer move was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong looked at each other. This development was not out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. This opportunity was what the two immortals from Celestial Court had been waiting for a long time. At the next moment, Zhou Xiong Xian stood up. Friends of Western Desert, my Celestial Court is duty-bound to deal with the demonic path. We are also very willing to support you. However, Fang clan's calamity is right in front of us. Why did Fang clan have the guts to attack Wan clan? The true source is not Fang clan, but Eastern Sea's Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Celestial Court is willing to continue supporting you, but our condition is that you are forbidden from joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The whole place was silent. The Gu Immortals looked at each other. Wan Guchou was the first to break the silence. My Wan clan will be the first to respond. After the war against Fang clan, Wan clan had already become the staunchest supporter of Celestial Court. Wan Guchou spoke again. Xiao Yihu, what do you think? Xiao Yihu's expression was very unsightly. Wan Guchou had specially pointed out his name and forced him into a corner. He had no choice but to express his opinion. He snorted coldly. I, Xiao Yihu, am naturally not willing to associate with the demonic path, but this is only my personal opinion. How can I casually represent my Xiao clan and agree to this? I will naturally have to ask my Xiao clan's first supreme elder. He was trying to stall for time. But Zhou Xiong Xian had already expected this. Then I would like Xiao Yihu to contact your clan's Gu immortals. I believe the difference between righteous and demonic is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao clan is one of the models of Western Desert's righteous path. How can we make a mistake on such an important matter? Wan Gucho immediately nodded, echoing the Celestial Court's immortals. Then let's do it like this. We will discuss the distribution of the spoils of war after all of you ask for instructions. She pretended to be tolerant. If any clan is unwilling, we will not blame them. In this war against Fang, even if you did not make any contributions, you have worked hard. If you do not want to join the Anti-Fang Alliance, my Wan clan will send you off. We will not make things difficult for you. The immortals heard this and cursed inwardly. Right now, they had not received any rewards, or perhaps only a small portion. If they did not agree to the Celestial Court's conditions, Wan Gucho would chase them out of the Anti-Fang Alliance. Only by joining the Anti-Fang Alliance could they get rewards, as well as more spoils of war from Fang clan. After a while, the Gu immortals present finished asking for instructions. None of them left. Under the pressure of righteousness, Western Desert superclans could not bear the pressure of public opinion and leave the alliance. Moreover, if they left the alliance at this juncture, the Gu immortals would not get any benefits. Fang clan was like a piece of juicy meat, attracting these giants to fight over it. Very good, you did not disappoint me after all. Wan Gucho stood up with a smile on her face. Right now, a new opportunity was in front of her. She was now the alliance leader of the Anti-Fang Alliance. As long as she led the alliance and defeated Fang clan, her reputation would rise to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. By then, she would be like Western Desert's Weiyong, becoming the publicly recognized leader of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong also had smiles on their faces. All of this was within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's calculations. Making Wan Gucho the leader of Western Desert was extremely beneficial to Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is number one in Gu refinement, but in terms of methods, how can he be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Zhou Xiong Xian sneered in his heart. On the same day, Wan Gucho announced the establishment of the new Anti-Fang Alliance. Following the revival of the strongest expert in Wan clan's history, the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world changed. Almost all the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying close attention to this. Celestial Court has won this contest. Fang clan is in danger. To think that Celestial Court can revive other Gu immortals, it is not just limited to Celestial Court members. The true situation is still in the hands of the Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes action personally, this Wan Gucho is just a clown. Fang Yuan can make a move, but can't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable do the same? Haha, it would be best if the two fight, then I, Ancestor Giant's son, can reap the benefits. Chapter 2293. Western Desert. Myriad or Desert. Shizhong looked at Shi clan's information with an indifferent expression. Fang clan failed. It seems that Shi Kong has a chance again. However, Fang clan only lost 2 rank 7 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. They still have the strength to fight. Shizhong was someone who was ostracized by Shi clan, while Shi Kong was a rising star that Shi clan had specially nurtured. Shizhong flattered Shi Kong on the surface, but he was envious and disgusted inwardly. Regardless of the battle situation or the result, it has nothing to do with me. I still need to rely on myself. Shizhong gritted his teeth, thinking about how his latest attempt to refine wealth immortal Gu had failed again. The thought of asking Fang Yuan for help in the Gu refinement flashed in his mind. Shizhong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision. It seems that I need to sell some wealth mortal Gu. Shizhong could not be nurtured to begin with. Trying to refine wealth immortal Gu in secret had expended almost all of his wealth. He was already penniless now, he could only sell some things to exchange for immortal materials for his next attempt. And the only thing he could sell was wealth mortal goo. Even though he had failed many times, he had some results. He could not refine wealth immortal goo, but he managed to refine wealth mortal goo. Communicating with jewel yellow skies, Shizhong hesitated for a long time before choosing more than 10 wealth mortal goo and bringing them into jewel yellow skies. Wealth mortal goo gathered into a lump, forming a treasure light. The treasure light was abundant, but these were clearly mortal goo. This situation attracted the attention of other goo immortals. What goo is this? Why is it giving off such a treasure light? New Heir 2 asked. In a little over a year, he advanced to rank 6 goo immortal. Even though he relied on Northern Plains New Heir clan, he was still a new rank 6 goo immortal. When he had some free time, he would communicate with jewel yellow skies, using his divine sense to explore and increase his knowledge. New Heir 2 was the great-grandson of Goo Immortal New Heir Chi. He had also participated in the last Imperial Court contest. He was skilled at enslaving leopards. He was once on the same level as Fan Yuan's Changshanin. He was recognized as one of the 5 Beast Kings by Northern Plains Goo Masters. This is wealth goo, Shizhong replied. New Heir 2 was stunned for a moment, becoming even more curious. Wealth goo? Wasn't this the legendary immortal goo recorded in the legends of Renzu? With your mortal goo? Shizhong snorted coldly. This is a mortal goo recipe that I created after painstaking research. These rank 5 wealth goo can be turned into any rank 5 goo material. New Heir 2's heart shook as he asked. Any rank 5 goo material? Can it be used multiple times? Shizhong's voice turned gloomy. These are all one-time consumable goo. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have taken it out for sale. Shizhong had been trying to refine immortal goo level wealth goo. If he sold too many wealth mortal goo, there was the risk of others deducing the immortal goo recipe. At that time, Shizhong would be nurturing his own competitor. If he had a choice, Shizhong would not sell these wealth mortal goo. Moreover, he was only selling a dozen or so mortal goo. New Heir 2 thought. These wealth goo can only be converted into any rank 5 goo material, they are not practical. As a goo immortal, what rank 5 goo material can't he get? But this involves the legendary wealth goo, buying some for research or gifting is a good idea. New Heir 2 asked for the price, his divine sense soon fluctuated intensely. You are asking for such a high price for immortal goo? Have you gone crazy from poverty? Shizhong said. Friend, at first glance, exchanging mortal goo for immortal materials is somewhat unimaginable. But think about it, as long as you have these mortal goo, you can deduce immortal goo recipes from them. Wealth immortal goo, think about it, how valuable is it? To speak the truth, these mortal goo are basically unique in the current world, there are likely only these few left. I only managed to obtain these by chance, Izichin said with a smile. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in goo refinement. If not for the fact that I am in a tight spot, I would not have sold them. Friend, how many do you want? If you buy 3 at once, I can give you a discount. Shizhong had a glib tongue. New Heir 2 fell into hesitation after hearing this. Shizhong's words were not without reason. But was it worth it to use a large number of immortal materials to buy the hope of deducing an immortal goo recipe? New Heir 2 was not stupid. He thought about it and said, buying 2 or 3 wealth goo is not a problem. But what I really want to know is, where did you get these things from? Shizhong immediately became vigilant. Friend, you are asking too much. I do not want any trouble because of this. Moreover, if I really provide information as you wish, how can you determine whether it is true or false? That is true. New Heir 2 hesitated again. Right at this time, another divine sense interjected with excitement. You actually have wealth goo. I will buy them. How many do you have? Give them all to me. Shizhong replied. Friend, don't be anxious, listen to my price. The mysterious goo immortal heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I want them all. Shizhong was slightly dazed, while New Heir 2 became vigilant. Shizhong thought about it and said, Friend, it is not that I do not want to sell them all to you, But you came later, this friend arrived earlier, we are almost done. Shi Zhong did not want to sell all the wealth goo to one person. That way, he would have the most clues to deduce, and the possibility of deducing an immortal goo recipe would be higher. This mysterious goo immortal's attitude made Shi Zhong feel somewhat uneasy. For stability, he naturally hoped that New Heir 2 would buy some. But New Heir 2 backed down. I was just hesitating when this mysterious goo immortal appeared. Is this a trap to urge me to buy some wealth mortal goo? New Heir 2 had heard of this scam before. Thus, New Heir 2 gave up on the idea of purchasing them. Shi Zhong was helpless. After hesitating for a while, he sold all the wealth goo to the mysterious goo immortal. After collecting enough immortal materials, he left Jewel Yellow Skies and prepared to refine goo again. He really sold them. New Heir 2 was somewhat disappointed. And after that mysterious goo immortal obtained wealth goo, he also left Jewel Yellow Skies. He was Spirit Butterfly Valley's goo immortal Xiao Baihong. Xiao Baihong gave these wealth goo to the rank 5 goo master beside him, Xiao Qixing. Xiao Qixing was Xiao Baihong's great-grandson, one of the current 10 children of human path. He was heavily nurtured by the celestial court. Xiao Baihong said, "Oh Qixing, are these wealth goo really that helpful to you?" Xiao Qixing said, "Great-grandfather, I cultivate human path, and recently obtained a goo immortal true inheritance by chance. This true inheritance is very incomplete, but there are more than 10 justice immortal goo recipes. One of the immortal goo recipes is the most outstanding. It uses wealth immortal goo as a supplement to refine justice immortal goo. Now, even though we did not obtain wealth immortal goo, with these mortal goo, we can modify that immortal goo recipe. Once I refine justice immortal goo, I can use this goo as my vital goo and officially advance to a human path goo immortal." The 10 children of human path were aware of the superiority of human path, thus they planned to become human path goo immortals. But this way, they would need human path goo worms as vital goo. Xiao Qixing had great ambitions. He wanted to obtain rank 6 justice immortal goo in advance, and use it as his vital goo. At that time, if his immortal ascension was successful, his vital goo would advance to rank 7. That way, the rank 6 Xiao Qixing would obtain rank 7 vital immortal goo in advance. Justice goo is no doubt a human path goo worm. With it, along with Soldier goo, Sergeant goo, and others, I will be able to grasp the human path killer move, Master of Justice. This move might become my signature method. Xiao Qixing described his cultivation plan with an excited expression. Xiao Baihong laughed heartily and patted Xiao Qixing's head. Good. Since you have such great ambitions, then I, great-grandfather, will help you even if I have to exhaust all my wealth. Southern Border Tai Clan. Good. The righteous path is truly in the hearts of people. Tai Chuzhong laughed loudly. Lord Chuzhong, I wonder what made you so happy. A female voice was heard. Tai Chuzhong turned his head and saw a valiant and heroic-looking rank 5 female goo master. He smiled. It's Tai Ruanan. Take a look, this is Western Desert's Fang clan's latest battle report. Saying so, Tai Chuzhong handed an information path mortal goo to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan probed with her consciousness, and her expression changed. So such a thing happened when we were in closed cultivation in Demon Suppression Tower. Tai Chuzhong said with hatred. I had thought that Fang clan was just an empty shell. This clan was already involved with Fan Yuan long ago. They were unworthy of being Western Desert's righteous path. They did not have any of the righteous path's demeanor. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Fan clan's hearts are completely corrupted. They colluded with this demon, Fan Yuan. Now that they have suffered a crushing defeat, this defeat will be Fan Yuan's outcome in the future. Tai Ruanan nodded. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteous. The demonic path is rampant for a moment, but there is always the strength and hope of the righteous path in this world. These two had always hated Fan Yuan. Firstly, Tai clan's tradition was to fight against the demonic path. They were very iron-fisted. Secondly, these two had deep enmity with Fan Yuan. There was no need to talk about Tai Ruanan. They already had enmity on Qingmao Mountain. Her father had died there. And Tai Chuzhong had once participated in the pursuit of Fan Yuan, but was captured by Fan Yuan, and his immortal edged gu was stolen by Fan Yuan. Although he was released, his immortal aperture was taken by Fan Yuan. Tai Chuzhong could only cultivate again, but he was still a gu master. Tai Ruonan continued to analyze. Celestial Court is indeed the role model of the righteous path, the leader of humanity. They supported Wan Clan and revived Wan Gu Cho. They would rather provide immortal gu and immortal yuan stone than interfere in Western Desert's matters. This is the style of the righteous path. Fan Clan's danger is not related to Wan Clan's destruction. Wan Clan is only a corner of the 5 regions. Even if it is destroyed, there are still many super forces left. Fan Clan's greatest danger is that it can corrupt people's hearts, causing other gu immortals and super forces to fight to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But now, Celestial Court is giving the world another choice. Celestial Court has immortal yuan stone, immortal gu, and can even revive gu immortals. Wan Clan paid a high price to obtain such support. This is Celestial Court's good intentions. Only when there is profit to be gained can it be spread widely, and there is a possibility of following it. This kind of justice is firm and stable. Overly noble justice is instead somewhat fake. It cannot be widely used. It will only make justice appear weak. Chapter 2294. I have read some comments recently. Thank you for your guidance. Many people said that the plot was lousy, but I actually put a lot of effort into it. For example, the choice of the supporting characters in this chapter was done after careful consideration. On the surface, the clues in this chapter were the anti-Fan conflict, but in the dark, it was Justice Gu. It revealed the way of the Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Scheme, and Tai Clan's own thoughts. But I have to admit, Venerable Gu is not a good book to read. Because there are too many clues and too many characters. Once they are written, the scale of the book will expand rapidly. The best time to read is around 1 to 3 chapters. Thus, many people felt that the first few chapters were interesting. Actually, the later stages were also very interesting, but they were different from the earlier stages. Once you read through it, you would find that the characters and events interacted with each other. The characters from a few million words ago still had their own performances in the later stages. Everyone has their own desires and thoughts, and the whole world is alive. At the end of the book, these characters would experience life and death agitation. Their ideals would collide. They would experience the ups and downs of their own fates, causing a dazzling spark to blossom. This writing style was closer to traditional literature. It was indeed a thankless task. Because web novels were a genre, the content of each chapter would be magnified in the reader's perception. The beauty of the overall layout would be reduced over and over again. My outline was over 860,000 words long. I used at least half an hour to think about each chapter before I started writing. There were very few web novels that involved so many characters. This is also a huge challenge for me. I did not know what the final result would be. Would it be a success or a failure? But I felt the joy of writing from this challenge. But I also understood that most of the time, my readers would only read it for a few minutes every day. They would forget many characters. Recently, I have seriously looked at the suggestions of my readers. Many of the suggestions were very pertinent. For example, there were too many typos. I would like to apologize for this. Indeed, I did not do it well enough. Currently, every once in a while, I would correct the typos that my readers found. In the future, I would check it several times before uploading it. Actually, I did check it, but I was too familiar with the article. I could read it quickly. Honestly speaking, checking was quite difficult. The first time you read it, you would find typos more easily. There were also some suggestions on writing and style. First, the management team will do a questionnaire survey, which will be released in the group, Tieba, and other channels. Everyone, please do your best. Let me see what everyone thinks. Secondly, I have done some reflection. It was easy for me to rewrite it. If the story was straightforward, it would indeed make the readers feel better when they followed the updates. I could make a little more money, but it would be a waste. Writing in a straightforward manner is actually less taxing on the brain and less challenging than writing in my current style, and my enjoyment of writing is reduced. Venomous Goo Master, in my view, has always placed earning money at the back. I think if I updated a little more, I might make some adjustments to the look and feel. After all, if you only read one chapter, the progress of the plot would indeed be limited. My writing method would involve many supporting characters, which would indeed have such a disadvantage. The troublesome thing was that this writing method required a lot of thought and meticulous planning, so there wasn't much time to write. Therefore, there were only so many updates. Everyone should understand each other. I tried to update more. But everything was based on quality. Thank you for your suggestions. I saw some of my friends' posts, which were very, very long, and I was very touched. I know, this is all because of their love for the book. Especially the pictures. Wow, it's really amazing. Chapter 2295. Tai Chu-jong heard this and nodded. His gaze towards Tai Ruonan was filled with unconcealable admiration. Previously, when Tai Chu-jong heard that Tai Mianshin chose Tai Ruonan to be the inheritor of Iron Mask true inheritance, he had some doubts. But after this period of interaction, Tai Chu-jong completely acknowledged Tai Ruonan. He felt that she was the most promising person in this generation of Tai clan. Tai Ruonan, it is good that you have such a deep understanding. Fan Yuan is vicious. He stole my immortal aperture and forced me to use my second aperture to cultivate. I have no choice but to be controlled by him. I cannot make it, my future is bleak. But you have a bright future. With your current accumulation, it is enough for you to ascend to an immortal, Tai Chu-jong said with joy. Tai Ruonan was not modest. Yes. These days, I have been in closed cultivation using the power of Demon Suppression Tower, and also consulted the experiences of the seniors in the clan. I have 80 to 90% confidence in passing the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Very good. But you need to take it easy. The two heavens are in chaos, Providence is in chaos, there will be losses during the Immortal Ascension. Natural inspiration is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it is very important. Tai Chu-jong guided. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Tai Chu-jong explained in detail. During the process of natural inspiration, the Goo cultivator can ask Providence and get the answer. If the question is too difficult and surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, there will be no answer. For example, if you want to ask for the method of eternal life during the process of natural inspiration, heaven and earth will not be able to give you an answer. If the question is too simple, even if the Goo cultivator gets the answer, they will not be able to make full use of this precious opportunity. It will be a pity. The most ideal situation is for the question to be of moderate difficulty and get a perfect answer. But this situation is too rare, we cannot be sure of it. Thus, the most mature method is to ask a slightly more difficult question. That way, the answer will be correct, but it will not be complete, there will be a small portion missing. As for the missing parts, we can use manpower and material resources to make up for them in our future cultivation. This is the most effective way to use natural inspiration. Tai Ruonan's eyes flickered with light, asking, Then how can I judge the difficulty of these questions? Normally speaking, when asking about the Immortal Goo recipes of ordinary rank 7 Immortal Goo, this is the standard. Any goo worm related to the legends of Renzu is not an ordinary goo. Other than that, you have to ask about things that are closely related to you. For example, if you cultivate Metal Path, you would ask about Metal Path. But if he asked about things unrelated to the Earth Path, the results would be very low. You have to be even more careful when it comes to the Dream Path. Meanwhile, Southern Border, Steel Tooth Mountain. In a nameless cave. Wu Yong cupped his fists and bowed, saying with a smile, Fellow Immortal Wang, I've brought some good wine this time. In front of him was an elderly Goo immortal. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were blurry as if he had just woken up. The old man sighed and said, Lord Wu Yong, this is the third time you've come to visit. You are a rank 8 Goo immortal, the alliance leader of Southern Alliance, but you are treating a mere rank 7 Goo immortal like me with such respect. I understand your meaning, But I only want to cultivate in seclusion. I do not want to get involved in the conflicts of this world. Even though your wine is fragrant, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it. This old man was a secluded cultivator of southern border. He cultivated wisdom path and was called Forgotten Taoist. Wu clan specialized in wind path. They had no advantage in wisdom path. Wu Yong had been looking for reliable candidates. After learning that Forgotten Taoist was living in seclusion on Steel Tooth Mountain, he personally came to recruit him several times. Wu Yong said with a solemn expression, "You are wrong. In the current world, the two heavens are in chaos. The 5 regions mock battle is almost upon us. Who can remain unaffected? Even if you do not want to make things difficult for others, in this chaotic world, there will always be people who are unwilling to be left out, for example, Western Desert's Fang clan. After obtaining some assistance from Fan Yuan, Fang clan invaded Wan clan. Even Wan clan's first supreme elder died because of it. This is a sign of the chaotic world. Even if the celestial court helped Wan clan to victory, what is the intrinsic difference between star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan? You are a wisdom path Gu cultivator, you cannot ignore this." Forgotten Taoist sighed again. It is better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. In the current world, Great Love Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal are each leading an ultimate force. They have deep foundations and can easily topple the balance of super forces. For example, you, Wu Yong, you will be excited and restless, but I feel only sorrow and bitterness. Lord Wu Yong, there is no need to persuade me anymore, please leave. Wu Yong sighed deeply. He could only hold on to his expectations and bid farewell to Forgotten Taoist with deep regret. This world was huge. There was Shi Zhong, who worked hard to refine Immortal Gu in secret. There was Shao Qi Xing, who borrowed his great-grandfather's strength and was already plotting to obtain rank 7 Vital Gu before ascending to Immortal. There was New Heir Tu, who obtained the clan's assistance and was already a Gu Immortal. There was Tai Ruonan, who cultivated Metal Path as a Gu master and obtained guidance from a senior to understand the secret of natural inspiration. There was an ambitious person like Wu Yong. There was also a Gu Immortal like Forgotten Taoist who was content with living in seclusion and did not want to get involved in conflicts. There was also a superforce whose future was bleak and was in imminent danger, Fang clan. Fang clan's headquarters. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Fang clan was defeated. Huge losses. What should they do? Be it Fang Gong, Fang Dichang, Fang Lan, or Fan Yun, they all had heavy moods. Wan Gucho had recovered all of Wan clan's lost territories, but the anti-Fan alliance still existed. If not for the alliance discussing the distribution plan, Fan clan would have already been attacked by the anti-Fan alliance. Even though Fan clan still had the strength to fight, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly visited. Fan clan's immortals were moved. Quickly invite him in. Fang Gong had just said this when he stood up. No, come with me to welcome him. Fan clan's immortals welcomed Lu Weiyin into the hall. Lu Weiyin saw that the Fan clan immortals had strange expressions. Myriad Gu Cho is truly amazing. According to what I know, Myriad Gu Cho is a compound killer move of time path and wisdom path. Once one's emotions are affected, their lifespan will decrease. The decreased lifespan will strengthen the killer move's power and make the melancholic emotions even more intense, shrouding one's heart and causing one's fighting spirit to fall to rock bottom. Fang Huaxing sighed. This killer move is very different from historical records. I tried my best to heal it, but there are still many emotions remaining in our hearts. We can only slowly erase them. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily. No worries. I brought a special Immortal Gu this time. Please give it a try. Saying so, Lu Weiyin lent an Immortal Gu to Fang Dichang. This was a rank 7 Immortal Gu belonging to Wisdom Path. Fang Dichang barely managed to activate it as the Immortal Gu shone with profound light that covered his entire body. A moment later, Fang Dichang's expression recovered. He felt relaxed. The melancholic emotions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time had vanished. Good Immortal Gu! Fang Dichang praised. Lu Weiyin continued. Our alliance leader learned of Fang Clan's defeat. He specially refined this immortal goo. With this wisdom path immortal goo, it is easy to heal the remnant power of myriad goo cho. Other than this immortal goo, there are also several killer moves that complement it. One of them can even defend against myriad goo cho. Your clan only needs to pay a set of super resource points to buy them all. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. He was about to speak. Lu Weiyin continued. Friends from Fang Clan, don't be sad. I know that Fang Clan lost Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei. This is a huge loss for Fang Clan. But it is not a problem. Celestial Court has a method to revive myriad goo cho. How can Lord Fang Yuan not have one? Lord Alliance Leader only needs 2 huge resources to revive these 2, but their cultivation level will only be at rank 6. This time, the expressions of Fang Clan's immortals changed. Can we really revive Enlei? Fang Chun was extremely excited. He was Fang Clan's son-in-law. Fang Enlei was his wife. Lu Weiyin smiled. Earlier, when we transacted with you, one of the conditions was for you to use your own human chi as a commodity. This human chi is the key to Lord Alliance Leader's revival. There is no problem in reviving them. Not just that, it is also not a problem for these 2 to recover to rank 7. We just need to add 2 huge resource points. Of course, it is not impossible to raise their cultivation level to rank 8. As long as your clan can afford it, Lord Alliance Leader has great abilities, he will not disappoint you. Even rank 8 cultivation level can be bought and sold? Fang Gong was stunned. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals had complex expressions. Rank 8 cultivation level was once the highest level in the world, but in the last few decades, pseudo-venerables appeared one after another. Venerables revived, rank 8 cultivation level fell again and again. Now, rank 8 cultivation level was a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. This made Fang Clan's immortals a little dazed. Lu Weiyin looked around as he said loudly, Do you still not understand? Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the situation in the world has changed drastically. Immortal Gu houses are like this, rank 8 Gu immortals are like this, even venerables are like this. This kind of upheaval is akin to turning the world upside down. If a superpower can't adapt to this change, it'll only be a splash in the tide of the new era. It'll only be a fleeting moment before it's eliminated, Shifeng said. Fang Dichang squinted. Lord Lu Weiyin seems to be implying something. Lu Weiyin chuckled. I will be frank, the current situation is very dangerous. How can Fang Clan resist the anti-Fang alliance? If we defend ourselves, no matter how strong the immortal formation is, it will only delay the destruction for some time. Only by making a world-shaking move can we deal with such an intense change. Of course, the choice is yours. Lord Alliance Leader will not interfere in Western Desert's internal conflict. But if I were you, I would abandon all the resource points and sell them in exchange for immortal goo and immortal materials to revive my clan's goo immortals. Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. The other goo immortals were in an uproar. How can we do that? We are too unfilial. Without these resource points, our Fang Clan's foundation will be gone. If we do that, won't we be letting down our ancestors? This is the foundation of our Fang Clan. Fang Clan's immortals reacted intensely. They looked at Lu Weiyin with ferocious and hateful gazes. Lu Weiyin shrugged, saying calmly, Whether we sell or not is up to you. I am only giving you a small suggestion. Sell. Fang Dichang's voice was extremely hoarse. Fang Gong was silent, he did not object. Lord Fang Dichang! Some Fang Clan Gu immortals stood up in excitement. But Fang Dichang's next words made these Gu immortals unable to retort. If we don't sell, can you defend them? Chapter 2296. Sitting on a desolate hill, Fang Dichang was as silent as a rock. Ever since the 2 days were mixed together, there was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. Instead, the sky was filled with black and white. As a result, there was a clear distinction between light and darkness in this area. Fang Dichang was currently in the darkness. He expressionlessly looked down the desolate hill. It was a desolate desert with not even a blade of grass growing there. But because the two heavens were intertwined, this huge desert was also divided into areas where light and darkness intertwined. This was Tassel Desert, Fawn Clan's super resource point. Every year, during a certain period of time, earth roots would grow here. The earth roots were like straw, like willow branches, soft and tough. The earth roots were long and short. They ranged from ordinary goo materials to rank 8 immortal materials. When it was lush, the earth roots would cover the entire Tassel Desert. When the wind blew, it would look like the waves of earth roots that were as vast as mountains and seas, magnificent and soul-stirring. This was the number one resource point of Fawn Clan. It was the pride of every Fawn Clan goo immortal. But now, he had to sell it to Fawn Yuan. Once he sold it, he would never be able to return. It was practically an eternal farewell. Fawn Dichang's expression was wooden, but his heart was like the desert in front of him, desolate and cold. Fawn Gong's figure flew over and landed on the desolate hill, standing beside Fawn Dichang. "You really are here?" Fawn Gong sighed. Fawn Dichang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had a twisted expression as he clenched his fists. "Fawn Yuan did it on purpose. I'm afraid he already knew about Wan Gu Chao's existence, but he didn't say anything, causing our clan to suffer a great loss." Fawn Gong was slightly taken aback. Fawn Dichang continued, "Even if he does not know about Wan Gu Chao's revival, he concealed the fact that he can revive my clan's Gu immortals. As long as he mentioned it in advance, even if it was just half a sentence, I would know. I knew that Venerables had methods to easily revive Gu immortals. I would have been on guard against Wan Gu Chou. Who knows, we might exchange for that forgotten worry immortal Gu in advance. We would have the most basic defense against the killer move Myriad Sorrow. We would not be defeated. Instead, the anti-Fawn alliance would collapse." Fawn Dichang was almost shouting at the end. He wasn't wrong at all. At that time, the battle situation was actually on the front line. The victory of Fawn Clan and the anti-Fawn alliance was just a matter of time. If they knew of Wan Gu Chao's existence, Fawn Clan would not have sent 6 immortal Gu houses to attack Myriad Age building. Myriad Ancient Sorrow had an area of effect. But at that time, under the condition that Fawn Clan didn't know about it, forcing the remnants of Wan Clan to surrender was the best move to obtain benefits. "All right." Fawn Gong smiled bitterly. "Things have already happened. Second Elder, don't dwell on it anymore. We don't have the spring and autumn cicada to go back. The Gu immortals that Celestial Court revived earlier were all their members. Everyone guessed that their revival was related to the contribution of immortal apertures. Adding on the fact that the immortal tomb was almost completely destroyed by Fawn Yuan, Wan Gu Chao's resurrection is very hard to predict." Fawn Dichang's expression was cold as ice. "No, it is Fawn Yuan. Everything is because of Fawn Yuan. He's the mastermind behind all of this. I'm very clear-headed now. Our Fawn Clan defeating the anti-Fawn alliance is not what the Celestial Court wants to see. But it is also not what Fawn Yuan wants to see. Because even if our Fawn Clan wins, we will not invade other super forces. But in this situation, our Fawn Clan needs to relocate urgently and sell all our resource points to Fawn Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and Gu Immortal Revivals. What will we do next? We have no resource points and cannot replenish ourselves. We can only rely on Fawn Yuan. We can only continue to invade other superforces' resource points and trade them with Fawn Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and other cultivation resources. Our Fawn Clan has already become his vanguard, his bandits. We are plundering Western Desert for him. And he, Guyue Fawn Yuan, is still in Eastern Sea. He is the high and mighty great love immortal venerable. He will announce to the outside world that he will not interfere in Western Desert's internal strife. All of the crimes will be shouldered by our Fawn Clan. He, Guyue Fawn Yuan, is clean. He, ha ha ha, what heaven and earth great love alliance. What great love immortal venerable. Fawn Dichang looked up at the sky and let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled, and there were already glistening tears in his eyes. First Elder Fawn Gong, think about it, don't you feel that Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's death was too strange? If he dies like this, our Fang clan will only have one path left to take. This is Fang Yuan. He wore a fake human skin but was actually a vicious beast that devoured people without spitting out their bones. I hate him, I hate him. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. I hate my Fang clan for being too deeply involved with Fang Yuan. I hate those Eastern Sea superforces. They were too weak and easily bullied. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to act like a tyrant over them. However, the person I hate the most is myself. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal in vain. I did not see through Fang Yuan's scheme and even implicated the whole of Fang clan to become Fang Yuan's chess pieces. We were manipulated by him, played by him. I, Fang Dichang, am the sinner of Fang clan. Saying so, Fang Dichang was already kneeling on the ground. He looked down at the ground and punched the ground as he cried bitterly. This proud wisdom path Gu immortal had not lost his composure, and cried so bitterly for 100 years. Fang Gong sighed and slowly sat down beside Fang Dichang. Wan clan's first supreme elder's death was strange. How could I not be suspicious? But even if it is Fang Yuan's scheme, what can we do? Do we have evidence? He. Fang Gong showed a helpless and humble smile. Even if we have evidence, what can we do to heaven refining demon venerable? Fang Gong put his hand on Fang Dichang's shoulder. Don't lose your composure, second supreme elder, you are the brains of Fang clan. If other Fang clan Gu immortals see this, what will they think? What will happen to our morale? Fang Dichang gritted his teeth and stopped crying. He sat down on the ground again and stood beside Fang Gong. Fang Gong continued. I also hate. I hate Celestial Court, I hate Wan clan, I hate Fang Yuan, and I also hate you. But at the same time, I hate myself even more. As Fang clan's first supreme elder, I was defeated by the killer move Myriad Ancient Sorrow. I was like a dog that fled in a sorry state. I could not do anything. My fists were so weak, my body was so fragile. Fang Dichang, you are not the first supreme elder, I am. Who is at fault for Fang clan's current situation? No one's mistake is heavier than mine. If I could atone for my sins with my death, I would immediately commit suicide in front of the anti-Fang alliance. But I cannot. We are all aware of the nature of the righteous path. Once Fang clan loses a rank 8 like me, those people will become even more vicious. I can only live with my fists clenched, my face steeled, and my chest puffed out. Only then can I be more beneficial to Fang clan. Only then can I hope to atone for my sins. I want to atone for my sins with merit. I don't want to become the greatest sinner in history. I don't want Fang clan to end in my hands. Do you understand? Fang Dichang. Fang Gong shouted. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Gong. Of course I understand. Fang Gong stood up and looked at the desert and the horizon, continuing. Today's Tassel Desert is like the walking stone crevice of the past. We need to imitate Fang clan's first-generation immortal ancestor and face the difficulties head-on. What is home? It is not these resource points, it is ourselves. Where there are people, there is hope. You are right. Fang Dichang also stood up with a resolute expression. Our Fang clan still has hope. Immemorial to heavens. Spectral soul demon venerables mountain-like body charged towards Jun Xinguang and Che Wei, the two celestial court Gu immortals. Air currents surged as formless pressure enveloped Jun Xinguang and Che Wei. Oh no, why did we provoke him? Jun Xinguang frowned deeply. Che Wei sighed. Even if spectral soul demon venerable is not sane, we are not his match. Retreat. But we've worked so hard to guide these stars here. And this heavenly veil was given to us by star constellation immortal venerable. Jun Xinguang gritted his teeth, choosing to retreat wisely in the end. The three-headed thousand-armed spectral soul demon venerable shouted loudly, raising hundreds of thick black arms that resembled towering trees as he tore at the empty space in front of him. With a series of loud tearing sounds, the originally empty sky suddenly tore open, as if a huge curtain had been torn into countless pieces. Hidden in the curtain were hundreds of thousands of huge stars. Bam, bam, bam. Spectral soul demon Venerable charged into the group of stars. The stars along the way were either smashed by his mountain-like body or crushed by his hundreds or thousands of giant hands. The two Heavenly Court Gu immortals saw that their painstaking efforts over the past few days were all for naught. They were furious. Fortunately, the stars scattered quickly. Spectral soul demon Venerable lost his consciousness, and only a small portion of them was destroyed. Che Wei and Jun Xinguan discussed for a while. They decided to clean up the heavenly veil and bring the remaining stars back to Central Continent. After all, this was a mission personally given by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is a heavenly veil? Xinshang suddenly appeared. Che Wei and Jun Xinguan's hearts sank. They became very vigilant. Xinshang had displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. He was a truly strong enemy to them. Xinshang also collected some heavenly veils. He looked at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was still destroying the stars. He smiled at the two Celestial Court Gu immortals. Can you tell me why Celestial Court is collecting these stars? Che Wei and Jun Xinguan had grim expressions. Xinshang continued to smile. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Since you used the heavenly veil to collect the stars, you definitely want to do this secretly. You don't want this matter to be interrupted. Then I will directly collect these shattered heavenly veils and announce your actions to the public. Che Wei snorted coldly. Xinshang, don't go overboard. Fang Clan's outcome will be the outcome of all the superforces that sided with Fang Yuan. Your Shin Clan's good days will be numbered soon. Xinshang squinted. You don't need to worry about my Shin Clan's matters. I know for sure that the good days of the two of you are about to come to an end. Retreat. Jun Xinguan spoke. Che Wei immediately responded. Xinshang chased for a while, forcing the two Celestial Court Gu immortals to retreat. He returned and collected all of the heavenly veils. These heavenly veils are all very precious Heaven Path immortal materials. It is the best to offer them to Alliance leader Fang Yuan. Chapter 2297. Hundreds of stars shot towards profound literature grotto heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu's subordinates had already received the news. They were already prepared. They're here! Quickly activate the Immortal Formation! Bam bam bam. The stars collided with the Immortal Formation, erupting with a huge force. Profound light flashed as the stars shattered into countless fragments. The Immortal Formation suffered the most intense attack. A large number of Gu immortals were injured and coughed out blood. A moment later, the damaged Immortal Formation was still standing, but there were still several stars charging towards it. Retreat. Old Immortal Hua Yu ordered. Lord? No, the grotto heaven is behind us. If there is a mishap, I will not retreat. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will protect our homeland. Even though the Gu immortals were weak, their morale was high. Profound literature grotto heaven was originally placed in the void. It was condensed into a single point. The movement of the stars in the outside world had nothing to do with it. But now that the two heavens were mixed, there was a huge change. All the grotto heavens in the two heavens were more or less implicated. They were forced to show themselves. Right now, behind the damaged Immortal Formation was profound literature grotto heaven's immortal aperture entrance. Even though the entrance was closed, it was exposed and could not disappear. Old Immortal Hua Yu immediately shouted. I have my methods, don't hesitate, otherwise you will lose your life for nothing. The immortals were silent. They quickly disassembled the Immortal Formation and left, entering profound literature grotto heaven. They believed in Old Immortal Hua Yu. They're here. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alone. He looked at the incoming stars with a grim expression. Immortal Killer Move. Cold words. Immortal Killer Move. Idle gossip. The first move emitted a cold frost that caused the stars' speed to decrease. The second move sliced the stars, causing them to shatter. However, the large star fragments still had a huge impact force. Go all out! Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted furiously. Disregarding his life, he used his methods to block all of these star fragments. Guh. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. His body was covered in injuries. Star path light shined from him. With the fusion of the two heavens, the stars were affected by the heavenly Tao. They were extremely chaotic, but they were also strengthened and had great power. Even old immortal Huayu, who had rank 8 cultivation level, could barely resist it. Just as old immortal Huayu was about to turn around, he suddenly turned around and saw another wave of stars flying over. If these stars were to reach profound literature grotto heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. His pupils constricted and his expression stiffened before relaxing again. He was prepared for this. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to block this wave. But at this moment, Jun Xinguang suddenly appeared. The sky curtain. As he flew, he waved his hand and quickly set up a canopy in front of the planet. The stars crashed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently, forming huge transparent waves. It is Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. Old Immortal Huayu was stunned. It's the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's Old Immortal Huayu. Jun Xinguang was also slightly taken aback and immediately became worried. This was a crucial moment. If old immortal Huayu took action, the sky screen would probably be destroyed again. However, what worried Jun Xinguang did not happen in the end. An unbearable amount of time passed, but old immortal Huayu did not do anything. He watched as Jun Xinguang closed the sky curtain and enveloped all of the stars. Eventually, Jun Xinguang took a deep look at old immortal Huayu before dragging the huge bag of sky curtain and leaving with the stars. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. Old immortal Huayu entered the grotto heaven with a complex mood. He had actually managed to survive because of celestial court. Looking down at the whole of profound literature grotto heaven, there were calamities everywhere. There were earthquakes and floods, the thick smoke from volcanic eruptions covered the sky, and the acid rain had already lasted for dozens of days. The two heavens have fused, the heavenly Tao is in turmoil. Providence is in chaos, and our two heavens grotto heavens are all heaven vein nodes. We are also facing calamity. Lives are in chaos, countless people are crying in sorrow. Sigh, I feel guilty. Old immortal Huayu sighed deeply. He was filled with self-blame, helplessness, anger, and other complex emotions. The Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens had deep feelings for their own grotto heavens. This was different from the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. The Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens were ostracized by the 5 regions. They could only survive in the two heavens that were filled with danger. Most of them cultivated in seclusion. They viewed their grotto heavens as the world's final, warmest, and most stable pure land and home. Among these grotto heavens, there was a unique imperial court system. It was a unified Gu immortal force. Profound literature grotto heaven had the deepest feelings towards its home. The immortals came to greet old immortal Huayu. That was a close shave. We should ask for reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The two heavens are fusing. The environment is so dangerous. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals live like princes. Why would they take the risk? Sigh, it is not impossible to ask for reinforcements. It is just that the price is too high. The entire Imperial Court's foundation is about to be emptied. Skeleton Grotto Heaven and others are asking for reinforcements at all costs. This is a vicious competition. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals are raising the price. Damn it! Sigh, Lord Alliance leader is not doing anything. Great Love Immortal Venerable is busy refining down marks or making arrangements in Western Desert. Why would he care about the small matters of profound literature grotto heaven? Our profound literature grotto heaven is going to be devoured by him anyway. Old immortal Huayu's expression turned solemn. He shouted, "Shut up! How can you criticize Lord Alliance leader like this?" Even though he said that, old immortal Huayu's mind flashed with the scene earlier, especially Jun Xinguang's final glance. Longevity Heaven. Waves of golden radiance vibrated. Hold on, hold on! Several Gu immortals of the 8 extremities controlled Calamity Luck Altar, trying to stabilize the situation. The whole of Longevity Heaven was shaking intensely. The ground was shaking. Not just Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was also controlling Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. However, the 2 Luck Path Immortal Gu houses could only barely maintain the situation. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground cracked, almost splitting the whole of longevity heaven into two. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from underground. Scarlet light pierced through the sky. A vast sea of blood appeared in front of the immortals. Longevity heaven actually has a sea of blood of such a scale. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Celestial Court. The bright and peaceful atmosphere was already gone. Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, Princess Impatience, and other members were rushing around. Xiaobi 95, Ruan Dan, and even Qin Chou were mobilized to stabilize the situation. Heaven and earth were collapsing, forming terrifying cracks. The grand palaces had already been dismantled by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, condensing into more than 10 immortal Gu houses of rank 6, 7, and 8. No matter what the situation was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not care. She focused on refining the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan's soul was lying leisurely in the pool water. The pool water was hot, steam lingered around it. It was like a white fog. Every once in a while, the pool water would create waves that slammed onto Fan Yuan's soul. Fan Yuan's soul originally had 100 arms and 2 heads, but after being cleansed by the pool water, most of his hundreds of arms had already disappeared. His head had also returned to its original size. This pool was not an ordinary pool, it was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After Fan Yuan raised advanced refinement Gu to rank 9, he started to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After completing it some time ago, he started to bathe his soul. Because 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool contained rank 9 advanced refinement Gu, it was already a genuine rank 9 immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house still had 4 core immortal Gu, advanced refinement immortal Gu, water refinement immortal Gu, immortal regret Gu, and blood asset immortal Gu. Advanced refinement immortal Gu was rank 9, the other 3 immortal Gu were rank 8. Among them, blood asset immortal Gu had already reached its limit, it could not be raised to rank 9. Celestial Court's contributions in suppressing the development of blood path could not go unnoticed. Advanced refinement immortal Gu reached rank 9. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was originally created before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After Fan Yuan became a refinement path supreme grandmaster, he had the ability to modify it. Right now, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's Gu refinement power had undoubtedly risen by a large margin. Fan Yuan's soul used 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to bathe in it. The effect was miraculous. The drawbacks of soul path cultivation were gradually decreasing. Fan Yuan cultivated soul path mainly by referring to spectral soul demon venerable soul path true inheritance. But this true inheritance had a huge drawback, it was already showing itself. A human soul was at most 100 million man soul, this was the limit of the race. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, and after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable innovated it, it broke through the limit of the human body and underwent a qualitative change, breaking through from 100 million man soul to desolate soul. Then 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. 100 million desolate soul was the limit of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It could form 3,000 armed demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength, directly resisting calamities and tribulations, defying heaven and earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was the peak of soul cultivation, it was also the limit that the world could contain. But Fan Yuan gradually discovered that this cultivation method had a huge drawback. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sought too much power, it left behind many hidden dangers. A human soul was a human soul, after breaking through to desolate soul, the pure human nature had added bestial nature, or rather, it was one's nature. 100 million desolate soul was terrifying, but the human nature occupied very little of it, instead, the natural wild nature occupied most of it. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had completely dissipated, he was first controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, then roamed the 2 heavens, acting according to his bestial nature. This was the manifestation of the drawback. Fan Yuan had already guessed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Some time ago, Xinshang had contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Fan Yuan compared the two and finally confirmed the drawback of soul path cultivation. In the past, human path had not developed. The limit of a human was 100 million man soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no choice but to make a breakthrough, but in fact, he had stepped onto the wrong path. Of course, there are many reasons for this. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to create Killing Path and annex Black Heavenly Spirit, but he did not succeed, so he created Soul Path instead. The deeper meaning behind this is terrifying just by thinking about it. Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 immortal goo houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner. It can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The immortal graveyard is there. We need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged, requesting reinforcements. Someone help me, I can't repair this crack in time. The goo immortals conversed. This situation had already been going on for dozens of days. It was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. It could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced. They could no longer be used. Crack! Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end. The latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 Deity Hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation, in Central Great Hall, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through Central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star Constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable stroked Star Constellation's head. Home? Star Constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at everything. His gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions, as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the Celestial Court been in such a difficult situation? Master, this is our home. I will protect you until the end, and then I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the Celestial Court. This is? Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move? We are useless. We implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, she had completely refined all the wisdom path down marks of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path down marks of the Celestial Court. Her strength here had already surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even now, When Giant Sun Immortal and Fan Yuan joined hands to attack the Celestial Court, they would not be able to gain an advantage over Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Go! Let's go and meet Lady Star Constellation. Some immortal goo houses landed, some floated in the air. The goo immortals moved out and entered the central Great Hall. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already using her investigative method. This time, the effect was completely different from before. Using the huge number of Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, the investigative killer move's power rose sharply. It seems that the situation is still within our expectations. The two venerables are still refining natural Dao marks. Fan Yuan is limited by his immortal essence, his refinement results are the lowest. Giant Sun Immortal has the most results, he is ahead of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon stopped her investigative method. She needed to conserve her immortal essence. It was time for the Celestial Court's immortals to report the situation. With the fusion of 2 days, Celestial Court was shaken and suffered huge losses. Back then, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was in danger of being attacked by the stars. Old Immortal Hua, you did not make a move against me. I managed to retrieve that batch of stars and bring them all back to Central Continent. Jun Xingguan mentioned an interesting situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Humans, the Imperial Court, poems, mountains and rivers, Fan Yuan, Mermaid Immortals, Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding Old Immortal Hua Yu and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. With the help of the Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only used a few hundred thoughts and a negligible amount of immortal essence to deduce the result. This Profound Literature Grotto Heaven has the possibility of rebelling. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could completely understand Old Immortal Hua Yu's deep feelings towards the Grotto Heaven. Disrupting Jun Xingguang was undoubtedly a huge contribution, but Old Immortal Hua Yu did not do so. This proved that in his heart, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's status was higher than his contribution in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. And most importantly, Old Immortal Hua Yu was against Fan Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. Thus, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. But later, when Fan Yuan declared it to be Great Love, Eastern Sea's superforces were too disappointing and joined Fan Yuan. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was actually caught in the crossfire. As for why Fan Yuan did not devour these Grotto Heavens and end it all, it was simple. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not stable, it could not hold on for much longer. Non-conflicting Dao marks was a double-edged sword. Long before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already deduced this huge threat to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan absorbed resource points crazily. He focused on Earth Path resource points in the beginning. He was likely constructing Earth Path Dao veins and stabilizing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan lost a large number of Gu Immortal subordinates. Later, he recruited 6 Mermaid Immortals and was willing to take the risk. It showed that he was lacking manpower, and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was in danger. Thus, Fan Yuan could not devour these Grotto Heavens. He is only good at defending against Wisdom Path deductions. Western Desert's Fan clan's decision also affected his mental state. His lack of refinement path gains is his greatest worry. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's situation is unavoidable. Even though Fan Yuan was strong, he became venerable in refinement path, not wisdom path. His wisdom path attainment was not high in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. The reason why Fan Yuan succeeded in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave was because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable focused on reviving and plotted to obtain Crazed Demon Cave's gains. While guarding against Giant Sun Immortal, Fan Yuan managed to take advantage of this loophole. Wisdom Path was not good at fighting. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had too little time to prepare. As time passed, Wisdom Path's advantage continued to accumulate. Ignoring everything else, after refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already invincible against the 3 Venerables. But even if Fan Yuan is not skilled in Wisdom Path, his wisdom path methods are not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals can compare to. The flaw in profound literature Grotto Heaven has just been exposed. Old immortal Hua, you will definitely not report this matter. This is our celestial court's advantage. Once we do not grasp this opportunity and waste time, Fan Yuan will notice this. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sent Jun Xinguang and Qin Dingling to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven in secret, to try to instigate Old Immortal Hua Yu. Since Profound Literature Grotto Heaven can be instigated, maybe Western Desert's Fang clan can as well? Wan Zihang's saw this and raised her opinion. Duke Tong chuckled in disdain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head and asked Wan Zihang's will. Why do you think Wan clan did not choose to side with Fang Yuan back then? Knowing the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan, why did Western Desert super forces still agree to form an anti-Fang alliance with Fang clan before our celestial court showed up? Wan Zihang's was slightly dazed. She seemed to have understood something. The fusion of the two heavens, the confrontation of three venerables, the political situation of the 5 regions was treacherous. Other than benefits and strength, there was also the human heart. The human heart was a very subtle thing. It was hard to guess at times, but also easy to distinguish at other times. Back then, the reason why the Celestial Court was established and received an extremely intense response was because of the human heart. Righteous path and demonic path, if they were only divided according to the standard of those who benefited from it, it would be somewhat superficial. The Celestial Court could recruit otherworldly demons. It could recruit demonic path Gu immortals like Wan Zihong. This could be said to be protecting the righteous path. It was a great virtue. But if the Celestial Court recruited Fang clan, it would lose the human heart. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support Wan clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Fang clan, who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Fang clan had Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan secretly plotted to have Fang clan attack Wan clan because he knew that his prestige and the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea's super forces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fang Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by Wan Zihang's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fang clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the number 1 person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation. Thus, when she sent people, she chose Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian was an information path Gu immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fang clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhou Xiong Xian would collect relevant clues and report them to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan had to be destroyed. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the Wisdom Path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, she needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is much greater than Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for Fairy Myrtle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Chapter 2299. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This time, I managed to conceal it again. Just earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used an investigative killer move to probe Fang Yuan's background. Obscured heavenly secret worked again. It helped Fan Yuan conceal the truth. Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal did not understand Heaven Path, so be it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deceived time and time again. She had once become one with the Tao, she influenced, and even altered providence. She was actually deceived by me. Is it because Heaven Path is profound, or is it because her revival has hidden flaws? At least in terms of Heaven Path, she did not inherit her previous life's foundation? Earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's investigative ability was unprecedentedly powerful. There is a high chance that she completely refined Celestial Quartz Tao marks. Fan Yuan was only guessing, he did not use any investigative methods. Fan Yuan inspected the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The third ring of Earth Path Tao veins had already been constructed. The Wind Path Tao veins and Fire Path Tao veins were also almost complete. Only a few more were left before the first ring of Tao veins would be completed. The Immortal Goo transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were carried out several times. They were exchanged for some resource points. The main reason was Fan Clan's contribution points, otherwise there would not have been such huge progress. Western Desert's Fire Path, Earth Path, and Wind Path Tao marks were outstanding, so these three paths had the most resource points. Fan Clan was forced into a desperate situation. They could only sacrifice themselves to survive. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a lot of gains, but this caused the Immortal Aperture to be in a dangerous situation. Currently, Fan Yuan had already slowed down the acquisition of Earth Path resource points. He had switched to other paths' resource points. According to his deductions, he should first construct the initial stages of each Tao vein, at least to the scale of the first ring. After that, it would have an immediate effect on the stability of the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is unstable, abnormal situations are occurring frequently, the Goo Immortals inside the Immortal Aperture are already being squeezed to the limit. Even the 6 Mermaid Immortals we recruited earlier are not enough. During this period of time, several Goo Immortals had already gone all out. Thankfully, Fan Yuan built a healing hall, otherwise if the Goo Immortals took too long to heal, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would collapse. In the end, Fan Yuan's main body had to personally suppress it. I need to increase the manpower of some Goo Immortals. It was true that Venerable Ones were invincible, but the situation was rather complicated when 3 Venerable Ones were confronting each other. Based on the current situation, the most important task for the 3 Venerables was to refine the natural Tao marks. However, the scale of the natural Tao marks in the world was terrifying. It would take a long time for the 3 Venerables to completely refine them. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal was making the most progress. He was still refining Northern Plains Tao marks. The 3 Venerables were far from reaching the stage of a decisive battle. Because Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were refined, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a stable base. Even if the other Venerables joined forces, they would not be able to form a sufficient advantage. Before they had enough of an advantage, it was unwise to fight in advance. The Venerables would never do such a thing. Thus, for a long period of time, the Venerables needed other Goo Immortals to help them and assist them. Because of the situation, ordinary Goo Immortals had a lot of value to the Venerables. This kind of value was still very great during the standoff. Even if Fan Yuan was a refinement path Venerable who could refine rank 8 and below Immortal Goo at will, and could construct many Immortal Goo houses, he could not replace Goo Immortals. It was clear from the fight against Fan Yuan earlier. The true deciding factor was not the Immortal Goo houses, but Fang Gong and Wan Gu Cho. For Goo Immortal experts, once an Immortal Goo house's routine was figured out, it would be stiff and inflexible, easy to target. Be it Fang Clan's roof tile breaking killer move or Zhuqiu Clan's scattered sand, they could counter Immortal Goo houses. Thus, it depended on the person. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. It was good to have many Immortal Goo, but the human factor was equal to the Goo. Fan Yuan needed a large number of Goo Immortal subordinates. On one hand, when the Venerables fought, it would be convenient for him to have enough subordinates. Especially when he was refining natural Tao marks and could not leave. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was developing the sovereign immortal aperture. He needed a large number of Gu immortals to suppress abnormal situations. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also needed Gu immortals. On one hand, during the confrontation, they could help the Venerables deal with some matters. For example, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was refining celestial quartz Dao marks, Jun Shinguan went into the two heavens to collect stars. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were trying to nurture a second Venerable. With Fate Gu destroyed, it was completely possible for a new Venerable to be born. As for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because of conflicting Dao marks, they could not become a second Venerable. But how could he increase the number of Gu immortals? It was most convenient to bring in Gu immortals from the 5 regions. But there was a huge hidden danger. On one hand, these Gu immortals might be planted by other Venerables. Fan Yuan was already taking a risk by bringing in the 6 mermaid immortals. If he brought in Gu immortals from the 5 regions, Fan Yuan was more inclined to bring in variant humans. After all, variant humans stood on the opposite side of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Other than bringing in external Gu immortals, Fan Yuan's main method was to undergo immortal ascension. He would nurture Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. This had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the Gu immortals' loyalty could be guaranteed. The disadvantage was that nurturing Gu immortals would take a long time. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. But thankfully, Fan Yuan was more outstanding than the other Venerables. His sovereign immortal aperture did not exclude time path, so he could easily change the flow of time. Among the venerable immortal apertures, the sovereign immortal aperture had the fastest flow of time. It was almost the fastest. In terms of nurturing Gu immortals, Fan Yuan had accumulated many excellent candidates. He had specially revived the Gu immortals who were sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave as mortals. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed, Providence was in chaos. Gu immortals would lose the chance to undergo immortal ascension now. This would not do. Fan Yuan knew his own limitations. His wisdom path deductions could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and he could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal either. Thus, Fan Yuan had to make good use of this chance of natural imitation. If he missed this chance, his deductions and modifications of killer moves would fall behind the other 2 Venerables. If he could not bring in Gu immortals, or nurture Gu masters into immortal ascension, what should he do? Fan Yuan thought of human path. Fan Yuan's clone was still trapped in Divine Emperor City, but he used Xinshang to transfer his human path cultivation results to Fan Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fan Yuan had made a transaction with Xinshang. The latter contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Fan Yuan thus obtained Merchant Gu and Beggar Gu's Immortal Gu remnant recipes. If he had the complete Immortal Gu recipes, Fan Yuan could refine Merchant Gu and Beggar Immortal Gu. After activating them, he could add more manpower without worrying about loyalty. But Fan Yuan's human path attainment level was not high enough. Human path Immortal Gu recipes were not easy to deduce. Were there such wild human path Immortal Gu in the natural world? According to Fan Yuan's deductions, there was a high probability of none. Such Immortal Gu recipes needed to be created personally. After Fan Yuan thought about it, he did not try to deduce these human path Immortal Gu recipes. It would waste too much time and effort. Thus, Fan Yuan was looking forward to the development of human path in Central Continent. Not to mention anything else, just his soul Dao cultivation had to be driven by the human Dao. Like refinement path, the reason why it could reach its current level of prosperity was because of the development of refinement path itself, and also because of the various paths. The sea of people shook, creating huge waves. After the tides rose and fell, 2 Gu immortals were left on the beach. Where is this? I should have died on the battlefield. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei stood up in confusion. The scene in front of them made them uncertain. But soon, Fan Yuan's will descended and told them everything. Lord Fang Yuan actually has such an incredible method to revive us. Fang Clan's 2 Gu immortals were filled with excitement and joy of revival. Right at this time, a huge wave appeared in the sea of people. The scale of this wave was much larger than Fan Clan's earlier wave. The huge wave crashed onto the beach. It came quickly and retreated quickly. A young-looking Gu immortal stepped on the wave, walking towards the shore. He had rank 8 aura. The two Fan Clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They immediately recognized this newly revived Gu immortal's identity. It is one of Fan Yuan's original bodies, John Buddha! In the situation where bringing in external Gu immortals, nurturing immortals, and human path immortal Gu could not work, Fan Yuan chose to revive Gu immortals. Originally, when Gu immortals revived, they were mortals. But now, they had cultivation level. Fan Clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, while Jean Buddha was rank 8. Because of this, Human C had an unprecedented expenditure. According to the remaining numbers, 3 more rank 8 Gu immortals could be revived. There were gains and losses. Next, Fan Yuan needed to cultivate again and collect human Qi to replenish human C. But this was not urgent. The most important thing to replenish was refinement C. At this point, Fan Yuan's refinement C was about to dry up. After releasing the 2 Fan Clan Gu immortals, Fan Yuan gave the transformation path immortal Gu to Jean Buddha. This way, as long as he used the transformation path killer move, Jean Buddha would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Jean Buddha went to deal with the situation, while Fan Yuan's main body expended the heavenly membrane to replenish the power of obscured heavenly secret. Next, he continued to dispel the truthful floating ice. Right now, Fan Yuan's transformation path, rule path, and other attainment levels had risen. The greatest increase was still in heaven path. Fan Yuan could already sense that his heaven path attainment level was approaching a qualitative change. Black and white heavens. A transparent pillar fell down. Most of the soul beasts below were killed by the pillar. From a desolate level soul beast's body, 2 Gu immortals flew out. One was a female immortal wearing an embroidered purple robe. She had snow-white skin and black hair that reached her waist. Her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her face was shrouded in sorrow. The other was a male immortal. He had an ordinary appearance. His eyes were pitch black. He emitted a soul path aura. They were Fairy Myrtle and Ingwu Xie. What heaven path immortal material is this? When it fell, the soul beasts could not move, they could not dodge? Ingwu Xie asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle identified it. This is a heavenly pillar. Every heavenly pillar is a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Back then, Central Continent's Tianti Mountain was able to connect to Celestial Court because it had a heavenly pillar. There are no soul beasts to hide, but we obtained a rank 9 immortal material. Is this good or bad luck? Ingwu Xie sighed. What's the point of lamenting about this? The most important thing now is to find your true body, Lord Ghost. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2301. Western Desert, Fan Clan's territory. Open for me! Emo Shata shouted loudly. As the killer move was activated, the immortal formation in front of them opened. It was completely empty. There were no resources left at all. It was like a desert. Nothing was left behind. This again. Many Gu immortals were furious. It's all gone, it's all gone! Another person muttered, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. Such a vicious Fan Clan! Some Gu immortals' eyes were spewing fire, they gritted their teeth. Fan Clan alone does not have so much manpower and methods. Heaven-refining demon Venerable must have done this behind the scenes. These Gu immortals were helpless. This was Fan Clan's last resource point. Like the previous resource points, nothing was left for the Anti-Fan Alliance. The Gu immortals discussed noisily. This was too different from their original expectations. Not only did Fan Clan empty their resource points, they even left behind immortal formations. These immortal formations were created using natural Dao marks and immortal materials. The Anti-Fan Alliance's Gu immortals had to expend immortal essence to unravel the immortal formations. They expended a huge amount of immortal essence, but in the end, they gained nothing. Looking at the pits or the deserts, these Anti-Fan Alliance's Gu immortals had dark expressions. Xiao Yihu did not even have the strength to be angry. He felt great regret. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this stupid matter. Xiao Yihu's injuries had not healed yet, and most importantly, his immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed. It was not that he did not gain anything, but the battle spoils were too little, the losses were too great. Wan Gucho looked at this scene and sighed internally. She was helpless. In her first life, she had never seen such a bottomless superforce. This revival had broadened her horizons. She led the Anti-Fang Alliance, and did not see a single Fang clan Gu immortal. They unraveled many immortal formations but did not gain any resource points. Some immortal formations were very devious. If the method to unravel them was not in place, they would explode. This was too damaging. Many Gu immortals were injured because of this. As for Fang clan's headquarters, they had already moved it away. This was a public blessed land. Fang clan actually had such a method to move their immortal aperture. There was a saying on earth, a monk can run away, but the temple cannot. But now, Fang clan had moved their temple away. Wan Gucho did not know of this saying. But her mood was equally terrible. Even though they defeated Fang clan, Wan Gucho was not happy at all. She felt even more worried. Fang clan was gone, but they still had enough battle strength left. Now, it was Wan family and the other super forces' turn to worry. If one day Fang family attacked a certain resource point, the possibility of defending it was very low. Without these resource points, Fang clan did not need to send Gu immortals to guard them. This was the clan's Gu immortal of them. Wan Gucho looked at the heavenly court Gu immortals. In this, celestial court and clan, Fang clan, Gu clan was you. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already given the order to exterminate Fang clan. Thus, when Zhou Xiongxin noticed Wan Gucho's gaze, he immediately said without hesitation, Fang clan's actions are completely destroying their own foundation. It is equivalent to completely submitting to heaven refining Demon Venerable. This means that Fang clan and Fang Yuan are the same kind. They are both demons, they are the scourge of the world. Don't tell me this, what do we do now? The other Western Desert Gu immortals did not buy it. Zhou Xiong smiled. Our Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already expected this situation, thus she sent me to search for clues and traces of Fang clan. Once we find them, the Anti-Fang Alliance will go all out and destroy Fang clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fang clan's actions. Some time ago, she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fang clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fang clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation, she would do the same. The Anti-Fang Alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The Anti-Fang Alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The Anti-Fang Alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the Anti-Fang Alliance's Gu immortals would not be able to send their Gu immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits, and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the Anti-Fang Alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of superforces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the Anti-Fang Alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, Wan clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the superforces to send people to form the Anti-Fang Alliance. After Wan Gucho was exposed, they used Fang clan's assets to attract other Gu immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the Anti-Fang Alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang clan attacked, the Gu immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity, and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang clan's remnants. If we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors, I hope everyone can send information path Gu immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xiong said. Fang clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Gu immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Your Wan clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation, we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, Wan clan will be too disappointed. If Fang clan invades us in the future, will anyone join this anti-Fang alliance? The Gu immortals started to argue again. Wan Gucho felt a headache. She thought about it and secretly transmitted to Xiao Yihu. Friend from Xiao clan, don't worry, my Wan clan will be the first to guarantee your gains. It is said that back then, Fang clan's first ancestor was the only Gu immortal in Fang clan. Back then, Fang clan occupied the movement Rock Crack and was the smallest superforce in Western Desert. When the Sand Calamity attacked, Fang clan's ancestor had to make a choice. He could have set up an immortal formation and sacrificed some Fang clan mortals to resist the Sand Calamity. But he chose to preserve Fang clan's people and directly retreated. He would rather give up on the movement Rock Crack. Such an extreme nature can be said to be of the same origin. Fang clan's action is not hard to understand. Friend, you have already obtained many Fang clan clansmen, although they are only from a branch family. With Fang clan style, we can make use of them. Xiao clan was Wan clan's strongest superforce. Wan Gucho first had to appease such an existence. Everything depended on strength. Xiao Yihu's expression eased after getting Wan Gucho's guarantee. He stopped making a fuss. Wan Gucho was trustworthy. This was how the righteous path worked. Moreover, even if Wan Gucho did not keep her word and refused to pay, what could Xiao Yihu do? Sell. I want to sell these Fang clan clansmen as slaves and humiliate Fang clan. We can also do something to these people. We might be able to find out the range of Fang clan's immortals. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He was determined. Not long after, in jewel yellow skies. Where is this place? Wang Xiao'er cried out in shock. The surrounding people were also in a state of shock. Buzzing noises could be heard. These people were floating in jewel yellow skies. There was a formless force restraining these people. Thus, Wang Xiao'er felt very uncomfortable. He was not standing on solid ground. There were people above and below him. He was also being squeezed by the surrounding people. We were sold. This is the legendary jewel yellow skies. Some knowledgeable Gu masters spoke the truth. Fang clan's expressions turned extremely pale. This was the result of defeat. Fang clan Gu immortals, listen to me. You have defied the law and turned into the demonic path. You are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. Even if you escape now, you will be punished in the future. These people are your Fang clan clansmen and family members. They are actually innocent, but because of you, they became slaves. This is all your fault. Xiao Yihu's will also enter jewel yellow skies. He continued to spread the news and humiliated Fang clan. These words made the Fang clansmen cry out in grief. Someone save us! Lord Ancestors, we are here. Why are you crying? Don't throw away Fang clan's face. To them, the best situation was for Fang clan's Gu immortals to buy them back. Wang Xiao'er was among them. He also cried out a few times. He was feeling very uneasy. He was thought to be a member of Fang clan, because the situation back then was too chaotic. Fang clan's people did not know that an outsider Gu master had mixed in with them. Different from others, Wang Xiao'er was not willing to be bought back by Fang clan's Gu immortals. Because Fang clan's Gu immortals knew they were different. In the previous period of time, not only did Fang Dongxi torture him, he even tried many strange and vicious methods to torture him. He was healed afterwards. Chaotic times are coming. Fang clan is a superforce, but they actually fell to this state. They are courting death. Fawn Clan definitely did not want to take Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's life, they must have held back. In my opinion, it is all because Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was too useless, he was actually killed like this. The current Wan Clan is different. With the revival of Wan Gu Cho, such a legendary expert, Wan Clan will definitely return to its peak. Cooperating with Fang Yuan will allow us to trade immortal Gu. Cooperating with Celestial Court will allow us to revive Gu immortals. This is really tempting. Fang clansmen becoming slaves was a warning to many Gu immortals. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but the super forces were already unstable. At once, there were people who grieved, and some had other thoughts. How much are you selling these human slaves? Many people asked. Human slaves were actually getting rarer. In the last 100 years, there had not been such a large-scale sale of human slaves. After all, capturing humans for no reason and selling them as slaves was a proper demonic act. But now, these Fang clansmen were the losers, their origins were justified. Chapter 2302. Among the Gu immortals who came to purchase Fang clan slaves, there might be Fang clan Gu immortals, but they could not be identified in jewel yellow skies. Xiao Yihu did not care. He stated the price expressionlessly. This was a normal price, either high nor low. Immediately, a few deals were made. With this batch of Fang clan clansmen, I have filled the final gap. I can try to refine wealth Gu again. Shirkong was very happy. Don't let Fang clan's Gu immortals buy me. Wang Xiao'er prayed internally. Let's go with this batch, they seem to be of good quality. The Gu immortal communicated with Xiao Yihu and chose a batch. Human slaves were of high quality too. Among them, rank 5 Gu masters sold the best, after them were young Gu masters who showed great talent. At once, cries could be heard. Fang clansmen were sold, their families were separated, they were separated by life and death. Parting here would be the last time they would see each other. It was truly a tragedy. Here, the fates of Fang clansmen would change, the difference would be like heaven and earth. The pitiful Fang clansmen would be used as Gu refinement materials by Shirkong, they would die immediately. The better ones would be chosen to be Gu immortal seeds, they would join sects or clans. If they succeeded in their immortal ascension, this investment would be huge. Of course, there were very few Gu immortal seeds that could be favored. Fang clan lost, but they have not lost yet. It seems that this battle will continue. In these 2 days, Fairy Myrtle had diverted some of her attention from jewel yellow skies. She was paying attention to the situation of the world. Right now, several days had passed since she and Ying Wuxia entered the 2 heavens. During this period of time, they had traveled with great difficulty, they experienced many dangers. The immemorial 2 heavens environment was dangerous to begin with. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. Now that the 2 heavens had merged, the environment became chaotic and unstable. The 5 regions were already affected, the 2 heavens were even more intense. From time to time, they would encounter roaming immemorial desolate beasts, or large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, or even immemorial desolate beast armies. Encountering wild beasts was not too bad, the scarier thing was that some dangerous areas with dense Dao marks were mixed together after the 2 heavens shattered, causing these dangerous areas and forbidden areas to move around. Once one fell into it, it would be like a mortal trekking through a desert and falling into quicksand. One could only despair and wait for death. Even someone as strong as Fairy Myrtle was in danger. Ying Wuxia, how much further? Fairy Myrtle asked. Right now, the 2 of them were hiding in a group of soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts in this horde, and they were all under Ying Wuxia's control. Ying Wuxia replied, According to my senses, it will be another 3 days before we can see the main body. During this period of time, if the main body were to move, the time might be shortened or even longer. Ying Wuxia used Soul Path Killer moves to barely sense his main body. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's speed was not something they could match. Thankfully, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind now. He did not guard against detection, he was roaming around and destroying things, he did not purposely avoid these 2. Thus, during this period of time, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were still getting closer to spectral soul demon Venerable. Howl! The soul beasts that were moving ahead suddenly stopped, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. They cried out in pain. What's going on? Fairy Myrtle immediately became alert. Be careful, stop! Ing Wuxia also controlled the soul beast group to stop. They floated in the air. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beasts. This is Heavenly Chasm? Fairy Myrtle recognized it, and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Its shape was not fixed, but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Ing Wuxia was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the two of them. Because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction, and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention, thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the two immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound. It was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds, and so on. Yet, it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music! Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Ing Wuxia's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her. He had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Ing Wuxia, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts, she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water. Her strength was getting weaker, and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Fairy Myrtle felt her eyelids becoming heavy. Her vision was turning blurry. She could not help but close her eyes. She wanted to listen to this heavenly music with all her might. This might be the most beautiful way to die in this world. As Fairy Myrtle gradually died, her heart was gradually filled with intoxication and happiness. When she died, she would not leave behind any negative emotions like sadness, despair, pain, or anything else. But right when Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were about to die, the heavenly music started to weaken. A goo immortal was flying towards them from afar. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. His lips curled into a smile, giving off a warm and confident feeling. It was the current rank 8 sound path great expert Feng Jioge. What a heavenly music! Feng Jioge laughed heartily as he looked at the soul beast group, as well as Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia, who were unable to guard against detection. The heavenly music that trapped the two members of Shadow Sect did not do anything to Feng Jioge. Instead, he used some mysterious method to collect it. Feng Jioge? Fairy Myrtle gradually recovered. She was moved when she saw the goo immortal in front of her. Ever since the Battle of Fate, Feng Jioge had vanished without a trace. Was he in the two heavens all this time? If he could collect a rank 9 immortal material like heavenly music, did this mean that his strength had risen again? Did he retain pseudo-venerable battle strength? These were all mysteries. Feng Jioge collected the heavenly music while activating a killer move. 2 lumps of profound white light shot towards Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia, enveloping them and gradually seeping into their bodies. Fairy Myrtle was still unable to move because of the heavenly music. She could only let Feng Jioge do whatever he wanted. What killer move is this? What are you trying to do? Fairy Myrtle slowly recovered her ability to speak. Feng Jioge said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. After the Battle of Fate, our changes are actually very similar, isn't that so?" Feng Jioge said as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle could not chase after him, she could only watch as he flew away. What happened? Ing Wuxia also gradually recovered, he could only see Feng Jioge's departing figure far away. We were hit by the heavenly music, we were already in a desperate situation. But Feng Jioge suddenly appeared and collected the heavenly music, he also used some mysterious method on us. Fairy Myrtle explained everything in a concise manner. Ing Wuxia stared with wide eyes. This? Feng Jioge did not kill us. He is also a member of the demonic path, he betrayed the celestial court, why would he want to kill us? Fairy Myrtle sighed. If he wanted us to die, he could have just stood by and watched, he would have obtained our corpses, immortal apertures, and immortal goo. Other than collecting the heavenly music, his motive was also the killer move he planted on us. The two used all sorts of methods to investigate their bodies, but they did not find any clues or abnormalities. It was as if Feng Jioge's killer move earlier was just an illusion, it had never happened. Regardless of whether he still has pseudo-venerable battle strength, his methods are getting more profound. Fairy Myrtle sighed. What killer move is this? Ing Wuxia frowned. Is he trying to use us as bait to harm his main body? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. There are too few clues now, but my intuition tells me that Feng Jioge does not care about Lord Spectral Soul. Maybe your guess is correct. But are we going to stop here? Ing Wuxia thought about it before nodding. Of course we have to move forward. Even if Feng Jioge wants to harm the main body, he is only rank 8, how can he deal with the main body? The two immortals continued on their journey. The Soul Beast group had lost half of their numbers because of the heavenly music. There were no replenishments around the heavenly chasm. This time, to guard against the heavenly music, the Soul Beasts were spread out, they were very far apart from each other. Main body! I can sense the main body! Not long after, Ing Wuxia suddenly shouted in shock. Following the feeling, the two immortals adjusted their direction and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable after 15 minutes. So the main body was separated from us by the heavenly chasm, but because of the Heaven Path rank 9 immortal materials interference, I thought that we were far away. Ing Wuxia realized at once. He shouted, I am here! When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw the clone, he roared. Boom, boom, boom! With a series of loud sounds, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hundreds of fists landed on the heavenly chasm. The heavenly chasm shook intensely, it was on the verge of collapse. Ing Wuxia and Fairy Myrtle had pale expressions. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become so fierce after seeing the clone? It was as if they were mortal enemies. What was going on? Chapter 2303. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang flew carefully in the two heavens. This old immortal Hua Yu is really crafty. He actually made us instigate Flickering Light Grotto Heaven first. Jun Shenguang complained. After they received the mission to instigate old immortal Hua Yu, they had secretly approached Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. While old immortal Hua Yu was driving away beast groups, they secretly contacted him. Do you think old immortal Hua Yu is purposely trying to fool us? When we instigate Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, what if there is already a trap set there? Jun Shenguang suddenly said. Qin Dingling sighed. This is not likely. Old immortal Hua Yu has been hesitating for a long time, but why is his attitude so ambiguous? He is worried that if they betray him, they will be hunted down by Fang Yuan. In this situation, he naturally hopes that there will be less hostility towards him. Thus, he hopes that more Grotto Heaven forces will betray Fang Yuan. That way, profound literature Grotto Heaven will not be conspicuous. But the situation you mentioned cannot be ruled out, Jun Xinguang said with difficulty. What should we do? Flickering Light Grotto Heaven's Gu immortal leader Liang Jingjing is different from old immortal Huayu. We do not understand her and cannot determine her true intentions. Qin Dingling pondered. We do not understand her, but old immortal Huayu has some confidence. Otherwise he would not have singled out this Grotto Heaven for us to instigate. Maybe it is time to use this move. Qin Dingling slowed down. Her expression became resolute. She had made up her mind. Jun Xinguang had a puzzled expression. Qin Dingling said, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is not far away, but before we take the risk, let me use luck path methods to make some preparations. Jun Xinguang asked worriedly. Isn't the price of this move too high? Qin Dingling shook her head. Even though I need to expend some luck path Dao marks, for the sake of the Celestial Court, this is nothing. The reason why I am hesitating is because this move has a huge flaw. It is like moving my future luck to the present. It might have the effect of helping the enemy. So it was like that. Jun Xinguang nodded. Qin Dingling continued. But thinking about it, the matter of persuading old immortal Huayu is quite important. Now that the three venerables are facing off, there will be a long period of balance. Western Desert Fang clan has already become a stray dog. If old immortal Huayu and the rest betray Fang Yuan, then Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's reputation will fall to the lowest of the three venerables. Whether or not Fang Yuan pursues old deity Huayu, he will suffer a loss. We rank 8 Gu immortals can influence the battle of venerables. Isn't this very valuable? Jun Xinguang was convinced. Indeed. Lord Qin Dingling, please do as you wish. I will protect you. Not long after, Qin Dingling finished preparing and activated her killer move. But this time, it took an hour to activate the killer move before it ended. Qin Dingling's face was pale and covered in sweat. Her gaze was extremely strange. Is there a problem? Jun Xinguang had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked. Qin Dingling didn't hide anything and answered. When I activated this move this time, it actually triggered a mysterious change, as if heaven and earth were responding to me. Originally, a killer move only needed a dozen breaths of time to activate. But in that situation earlier, with the help of heaven and earth, I tried to persevere and activate it continuously. I didn't expect that this would last for an hour. Jun Xinguang frowned. I've heard of the secret of the Tao Lord's might. When a venerable refines natural Tao marks, their every action will be amplified by the Tao marks. That is the response of heaven and earth. Lord Qin Dingling, how did you have such a fortuitous encounter? Qin Dingling shook her head. I can't comprehend it for now. But it doesn't matter, in this trip to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, we will definitely receive a huge boost. Let's go. The two immortals of the Celestial Court continued on their way. On the other side. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavenly chasm could no longer hold on. Its weakest point was pierced by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arm. Both sides communicated at this moment. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie's pupils shrunk at the same time. At that instant, they felt boundless killing intent surging out of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. This killing intent was so dense that Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie felt an illusion. It was as if they were mortals facing a huge wave. Helplessness, despair, and panic rose in their hearts, filling up their chests. Quickly leave! Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert after all. She reacted quickly and activated a killer move. Ing Wu Xie also regained his senses after receiving help. Bam bam bam. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms pierced through the heavenly chasm and reached towards the two. The rank 9 heavenly chasm could not stop Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie, but it could only cause some trouble to the mindless Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie quickly retreated. But all of a sudden, a black arm sped up and grabbed Ing Wu Xie. At the moment of life and death, Wu Xia quickly used a method. Immortal Killer Move, Change Soul Technique. At the next moment, he switched places with the Soul Beast. This ancient Soul Beast replaced him and was captured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Wu Xia appeared far away, escaping in panic. During this period of time, Wu Xia had cultivated hard and created Change Soul Technique. This Change Soul Technique had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Fang Yuan's Soul Swapping Dream method. Wu Xia managed to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared. With a loud sound, his claws squeezed and turned the ancient Soul Beast into powder. The ancient Soul Core was instantly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even more claws broke through the heavenly chasm and extended towards him. Close to 10 claws opened up. A terrifying suction force burst out from their palms. Wu Xia's Soul Beasts were unable to resist, they were all sucked in. The claws closed, but this time, they did not crush these Soul Beasts, they continued to squeeze. The Soul Beasts, be they desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, all of them cried out in pain. After a few breaths of time, the claws opened up again, releasing all of these Soul Beasts. The released Soul Beasts not only changed in appearance, their strength also rose by a lot. 3 immemorial Soul Beasts were created. These Soul Beasts were completely loyal to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They howled as they attacked Wu Xia. Wu Xia coughed out blood. He was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving Soul Beasts was completely destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Wu Xia along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these Soul Beasts temporarily. They flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the 2 immortals heard a loud sound. The surrounding 100 Li started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The 2 immortals had pale expressions. They tried their best to escape. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was extremely fast. He soon caught up to the 2 immortals. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Danghun Mountain appeared, descending towards the 2 immortals. The 2 immortals could not dodge. Immortal Killer Move, Purple will birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move. Her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Wu Xia, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle. Wu Xia fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Jioge left, Fairy Myrtle set off. She set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the 2 immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick. The 2 immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move. I need to get rid of the purple will in my mind before I can use it again, Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Wu Xia quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the 2 immortals escaped for a while, Wu Xia was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower. The immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Wu Xia soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again. She escaped with Wu Xia. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use Purple Will Survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Wu Xia gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to kill Wu Xia. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Wu Xia would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral Soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to Spectral Soul's clone. She would risk her life to protect Wu Xia, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears. His robe was fluttering, he had a dense chi path aura. He was Celestial Court's Gu Immortal 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet, he was Golden Hooped Great Immortal. The Gu Immortal in the center had a kind expression. His eyebrows were long and extended to his chest. He was one of the 3 dukes, Duke Mei. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Wu Xie. Duke Mei, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Golden Hooped Great Immortal were here on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court. With such an obvious clue in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction, the 3 immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Wu Xie's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Wu Xie had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Her life and death were at stake. She shouted. Feng Jioge, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future. Feng Jioge, is he that traitor of Celestial Court? Golden Hooped Great Immortal frowned slightly. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarchs snorted coldly. Good, let's deal with him together. Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose, his long eyebrows shook intensely. Oh no, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is here! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the immortal's vision. Chapter 2304. At once, the situation became very complicated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable broke through the heavenly chasm and chased after them. Fairy Myrtle and Wu Xie were among them. The 3 immortals of the Celestial Court, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Duke Mei blocked the path of the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, while Feng Jioge was truly hiding far away like Fairy Myrtle had said. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his own consciousness, Feng Jioge would not do this, it was too risky. Fairy Ziwei was only probing him a little more. She was not sure of Feng Jioge's location, she only deduced the possibility. After all, Feng Jioge did not kill the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, he planted some method on them instead. This proved that the 2 Shadow Sect immortals were useful to Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle was in a desperate situation, she had to make use of everything she could. In this situation, Feng Jioge became Fairy Myrtle's hope. But Feng Jioge did not have any intention to move. He squinted as he looked at the 2 Shadow Sect immortals far away, sighing internally. It is useless, I can already hear the cries of your destiny. Even though it has its ups and downs, it is sliding into the abyss, the outcome is already set. While he was missing, he had been cultivating Destiny Song, he had made a lot of progress. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head suddenly roared, a large number of soul balls appeared out of nowhere. The soul balls dragged their tadpole-like tails as they swam towards Fairy Myrtle and Wu Xie, before exploding intensely. Fairy Myrtle and Wu Xie resisted with difficulty. Their souls shook, they were about to be shattered on the spot. Attack! At the other side, Duke Mei activated a killer move first. Golden Hooped Great Immortal and 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch followed closely behind. My life is over! Wu Xie's expression was ashen. How could this be? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei showed a shocked expression. Because the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court did not attack the 2 Shadow Sect immortals while they were down, instead, they targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, blocking the Soul Ball method while helping the 2 Shadow Sect immortals defend. Why did the Celestial Court take the initiative to rescue the 2 immortals of the Shadow Sect? Even a Wisdom Path great expert like Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Don't tell me, because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, I can return to the Celestial Court and abandon my loyalty to Master? Or perhaps, they want to capture Wu Xie, the key avatar, and use some means to suppress and target Master? Although the clone technique was very convenient, it also exposed its weakness. Nothing in the world was perfect. Where there are advantages, there are disadvantages. There were actually quite a few drawbacks to cloning. Most importantly, He could use the connection between his doppelganger and the main body to do tricks. The weakness of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone was exposed long ago. That was the sharing of attainment levels. This was an advantage, but also a huge disadvantage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, expending a vast amount of attainment levels to create a dream realm. This caused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's attainment level to fall. Regardless of the true intentions of the three immortals of the Celestial Court, the two Shadow Sect immortals were able to survive because of them. Far away, Feng Jioge shook his head inwardly. Be it the two immortals of the Shadow Sect or the three immortals of the Celestial Court, their efforts were futile. As expected, the number of soul balls increased sharply, reaching a level that the five immortals could not resist. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Duke May, or the rest, they fell into despair. This is the might of a Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is clearly unconscious. He is also heavily injured. Damn it! The three immortals of the Celestial Court could not save the two Shadow Sect immortals. They were implicated and became Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's targets. At the next moment, the terrifying soul balls were about to explode and take the lives of the five immortals, but at this moment, Feng Jioge's expression changed. At this moment, he felt a vast power suddenly invading the battlefield. This was the power of Luck Path. It was so grand and majestic. Luck Path is a variable. This power was only a small variable at first, but because of the two heavens Luck Path Tao marks, it became a huge variable. The source seems to be man-made? Feng Jioge analyzed carefully. The power of Luck Path was so huge, it could rival rank 9 killer moves. Crack, crack. The power of Luck Path changed the two heavens, it changed the entire battlefield. Originally, the two heavens were mixed together, the fragments of immemorial black heaven and white heaven were intertwining. The five immortals were inside a fragment of white heaven. Right at this moment, the immemorial black heaven fragment that was right in front of them crashed into them. White heaven had abundant light path Tao marks, while black heaven had mostly dark path Tao marks. The Tao marks repelled each other. As the immemorial black heaven fragment crashed into each other, the immemorial white heaven fragment shattered. A large number of black and white fragments of the two heavens formed a huge flood. The flood poured down and enveloped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, sweeping him away. Without Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control, the soul balls floated quietly on the spot. Let's go! Using this chance, Fairy Myrtle brought in Wuxia and flew away, entering the immemorial black heaven at the side. Wait! The three immortals of the Celestial Court quickly chased after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was struck by the two heavens fragments along the way. The power of the floods slowly weakened, allowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in injuries now. Heaven Path Tao marks were all over his body. His body was pierced by countless tiny fragments of the two heavens. It was like countless black and white glass shards. The distance was too far. With the obstruction of Injury Mountain's Heaven Path Tao marks, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not sensing Wuxia's presence. His mind was not clear. He could not use any investigative or tracking methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. After venting his anger for a while, his attention was drawn to a distant grotto heaven. This grotto heaven was Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortal leader of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Liang Jingjing, was in extreme fear. Her entire body was trembling. If this was in the past, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven could be stored in the void and condensed to a point. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not be able to find it while he was unconscious. But now, the fusion of the two heavens was at its peak. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was one of the heaven vein nodes. It was affected by the commotion and was forced to appear. Lord Alliance Leader, save me! Liang Jingjing did not hesitate. She immediately sent a message to Fang Yuan. I am willing to hand over Light Heaven in exchange for a huge amount of contribution points. I only hope that Lord Alliance Leader can save my Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing had a pitiful expression. Light Heaven? Fan Yuan quickly received Liang Jingjing's message. He was currently undoing the truthful floating ice. From the message, Fan Yuan also learned about the details of Light Heaven. Flickering light grotto heaven devoured many fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens, but its internal space was still too small. A certain generation's flickering light grotto heaven proposed a grand plan to construct a grotto heaven. It was to create another heaven. That was the origin of Light Heaven. From then on, generations of Gu immortals and flickering light grotto heaven worked hard. They made many contributions to this grand plan. They gathered heavenly light and refined it, making the Light Heaven and flickering light grotto heaven bigger and bigger. The current scale had already greatly surpassed the original space of flickering light grotto heaven. Fan Yuan quickly thought about it. His original plan was to let John Buddha stabilize his immortal aperture, then create resource points, and create Dao veins. Finally, he would take in the primordial domain and raise his attainment levels. With these attainment levels and a stable sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex the 2 heavens grotto heavens. But now, flickering light grotto heaven's destruction was imminent. Fan Yuan's plan could not keep up. Fan Yuan's current light path attainment level was only master. If he wanted to protect flickering light grotto heaven, Fan Yuan would have to fight spectral soul demon Venerable. If the battle was too intense, obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it, he would be exposed. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to suppress him. Most importantly, against Venerables, Fan Yuan did not have much of an advantage. Even though he had 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu, he did not create a killer move that complemented them. At the same time, he cultivated refinement path. It was not specialized in fighting. If Venerables fight, I will have some immortal essence advantage at most. But if they work together to suppress me, my immortal essence advantage will be offset by the enemy's numbers. Flickering light grotto heaven cannot be saved. Fan Yuan decisively gave up on flickering light grotto heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, this light heaven is priceless. If you place it in the sovereign immortal aperture, it will add to your glory. Liang Jingjing urged. The only thing she could offer to move Fan Yuan was this light heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, can you hear me? Quickly reply to me. Liang Jingjing stomped her feet anxiously. Spectral soul demon Venerable arrived in front of her. With a loud sound, the grotto heaven entrance was destroyed. Hundreds and thousands of arms entered the immortal aperture. Everywhere they went, countless people were slaughtered. Nobody could resist the might of a Venerable. Liang Jingjing could only retreat into light heaven, crying and begging for Fan Yuan's help. Fan Yuan had an indifferent expression. He knew that this would cause him to lose the support of his subordinates, but fighting against spectral soul demon Venerable would result in greater losses. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the Venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of 1 or 2 tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Fan Yuan, I hate you, I hate you! What kind of great love immortal Venerable are you? I was wrong about you, you did not save me, you are not fit to be the Alliance Leader! Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Fan Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His heaven path attainment level had reached Grand Master. There was a huge increase in heaven path Dao marks. His attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu? This was an unexpected surprise for Fan Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. South Close, if I had protected Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, it would have caused the Venerables to fight. And I was just one step away from obtaining the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. This Immortal Gu recipe came at the right time. It was very useful to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan immediately decided to advance his third rank 9 Immortal Gu, Heavenly Secret Gu. Chapter 2305. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Dingling used her luck path killer move, the two's journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Qingguang praised this many times. Qin Dingling explained. This power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation. It slowly created luck path Dao marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the two heavens would fuse, so he moved Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of Luck Path creation, Luck Path Dao marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these Luck Path Dao marks is unimaginably huge. After the two heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some were big and some were small, black and white. The Luck Path Dao marks also spread out. Jun Qingguang asked. Then why did Lady Qin Dingling's Luck Path Killer move get amplified by these Luck Path Dao marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you? Qin Dingling's expression sank. If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these Luck Path Dao marks have already returned to natural Dao marks. They are not Giant Sun Immortals. Jun Qingguang was even more confused. Then why did it respond? Qin Dingling shook her head. Let's not investigate this for now. The most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Jun Qingguang was even more confident in this. Lady Qin Dingling, your Luck Path Killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time. A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven, slaughtering countless living beings. He killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Dingling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Qingguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Dingling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Qingguang seemed to be saying, Lord, is this caused by your Luck Path Killer move? Qin Dingling coughed and said awkwardly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable. Even if my Luck Path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by Luck Path Dao marks, it should not be to this extent, right? Jun Qingguang was also at a loss. Then what should we do? The two of them originally wanted to instigate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, old immortal Hua Yu fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the Twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Qingguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master! Let us attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu Immortals came out of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 Light Path Gu Immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu Immortals. However, even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu Immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The goo immortals of flickering light grotto heaven were in danger. A chance! Jun Shinguang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Dingling realized at once. So my luck path killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand! Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Shinguang followed closely behind. The goo immortals of flickering light grotto heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the two immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these goo immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Shinguang, the goo immortals of flickering light grotto heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured, Jun Shinguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 goo immortals left in flickering light grotto heaven. 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Shinguang sighed. Even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on flickering light grotto heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to flickering light grotto heaven to wreak havoc, Qin Dingling said. Sai, our homeland. Of the 3 goo immortals of flickering light grotto heaven, 1 was unconscious, the other 2 had pale expressions, their hearts were heavy, they could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible, we rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Shinguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity. I am truly moved by it, it is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 superforce forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable, and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Shinguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other goo immortal from flickering light grotto heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our grotto heaven leader is not a traitor, it is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help, we took the initiative to stuff light heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the light heaven and ignored us, he did not even think of helping us, he directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates, we are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable, he had turned over a new leaf. Qin Dingling and Jun Shinguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the goo immortals of flickering light grotto heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Shinguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, Friends, I will not hide it from you, we have our own reasons for coming to help. Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail, and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Huayu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Fang Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Fang Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block Heaven Refining Demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Fang Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of. Because earlier, they had experienced the terror of spectral soul demon Venerable. And this was a Venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Fan Yuan replaced spectral soul demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to profound literature grotto heaven to rebel against old immortal Huayu. The group met up with old immortal Huayu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral soul demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial white heaven. For example, the heavenly chasm, the heavenly pillar, or the heaven vein node of immemorial white heaven like flickering light grotto heaven. Your tribe's profound literature grotto heaven is the same as flickering light grotto heaven. They are both heaven vein nodes in immemorial white heaven. Spectral soul demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy profound literature grotto heaven, just like how he destroyed flickering light grotto heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added. Old immortal Huayu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Fan Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Old friend, please make a decision quickly. Once spectral soul demon Venerable comes, profound literature grotto heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate. Chapter 2306. Old immortal Huayu was moved. He gritted his teeth. I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my grotto heaven? Qin Dingling smiled. Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Fan Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court. Old immortal Huayu sighed deeply. This is a serious matter. Please allow me to return to the grotto heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news. Qin Dingling was very magnanimous. Old immortal Huayu returned to the grotto heaven and gathered the immortals, explaining the situation. The immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with old immortal Huayu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Fan Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. Joining Celestial Court had already become the consensus of the immortals. Old immortal Huayu led the immortals out of the grotto heaven's entrance, greeting Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang. Good, good, good. Qin Dingling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old immortal Huayu said. That's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Dingling and Lord Jun Xinguang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang heard this and laughed heartily. With old immortal Huayu leading the way and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move earlier, Qin Dingling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the 2 heavens grotto heavens betrayed Fan Yuan. They joined Celestial Court. The truth was, Qin Dingling only wanted to make old immortal Huayu defect, but after taking action, she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. The Celestial Court is indeed the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the Celestial Court's victory that forced Fan Clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Fan Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the celestial court. Although Fan Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the two heavens forces would side with the Celestial Court. After all, Fan Yuan did not do anything and allowed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered Light Heaven to Fan Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu Immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Fan Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those Grotto Heaven forces that betrayed him? Or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Fan Yuan for being the newest venerable. How can the dignity of a venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. Hee hee. Southern Borders Wuyong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan will not take action, I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Fan Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Fan Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Fan Yuan's foundation is the weakest, he has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Fan Yuan accepted Light Heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Fan Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Fan Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Fan Yuan, when they thought that Fan Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Fan Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Borders Gu Immortal world was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Fan Clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu Clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Borders Gu Immortal world was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu Clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move, they did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Borders Wu Yong. I have heard of his name long ago. His courage is truly admirable. Fan Gong sighed. Fan Dichang nodded. I wonder, he used the entire Wu Clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Fan Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu Clan has been the #1 super force in Southern Border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Fang family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Fang Huaxing said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Fang clan has finished recuperating. We have traded many immortal goo and all kinds of resource points. Seniors Fang and Lei and Fang Chen have also returned. The immortal goo house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move, Fang Ling called out with a fervent expression. Fang clan had completely lost their territory. They had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Fang Ling to grow rapidly. They became more proactive and worked harder. Fang Dichang slowly looked at the other goo immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Fang clan, it is time to let them know the price of offending our Fang clan. Seeing that the clan's goo immortals had high morale, Fang Gong was happy and gratified. Very good, then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear. The eyes of Fang clan's immortals shined. They became even more excited. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile. He threw out an information path goo worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed. They did not expect Fang Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Fang Dichang smiled. Everyone, listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees, it is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path Dao vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated. The influence was very widespread. Right now, the fire path Dao vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time. They did not use any immortal goo. Right now, it is already at the end of its tether. It is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place, we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fang clan's immortals understood that Fang Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fang Dichang, Fang Chen sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fang and Lei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest, haha. Old Ghost by June was a slave goo immortal of Fang clan. He did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fang Dong, she rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fang clansmen were sold, he went to Xiaoyihu to trade but found that Wang Xiao heir had already been bought. As for the other Fang clansmen, under Fang Dichang's persuasion, Fang clan's goo immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fang clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fang clan was powerful, but the Dong clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong clan finally gathered many goo immortals and several immortal goo houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fang clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's goo immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' goo immortals were stunned. Just as Dong clan's first Supreme Elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fang alliance, Fang clan's goo immortals moved out again, attacking the resource points of other superforces. They succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert superforces were panicking. Everyone was in danger. Fan Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fang clan's actions were like two slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating two loud slaps. Chapter 2307. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air. Her expression was pale, weakness and exhaustion filled her body and mind. I finally completed this formation. Human path will advance by leaps and bounds now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the derivation formation in front of her, feeling gratified. After she refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court, she did not set off immediately. Instead, she used this period of time to complete the derivation formation's construction. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily, setting up immortal formations was not her weakness. In fact, she was even more formidable than most formation path rank 8 experts. Of course, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation path attainment was still lacking compared to those legendary formation path great experts. All in all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already completed the derivation formation with all her might. The core of this formation was rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu. This was a legendary Immortal Gu. It was recorded in the legends of Renzu. After Limitless Demon Venerable obtained it, he had been using it as the core of the Crazed Demon formation. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a piece of truthful floating ice, which contained derivation Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results to break the truthful floating ice and take derivation Immortal Gu out. Next, she used derivation Immortal Gu as the first core, surrounding it and creating this formation. Limitless Demon Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu and the primal chaos in outer space to deduce and create the truthful floating ice that did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the essence of the Crazed Demon formation to create the derivation formation, which was used to promote the development of human path. The development of a path usually required countless elites to put in their effort, as well as hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years of continuous development. But with the derivation formation, the path's development seemed to have grown wings. It could leap into the sky and soar into the sky. After inspecting the derivation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected the Wisdom Path killer moves that she had activated earlier. These Wisdom Path killer moves could defend against investigations, conceal the derivation formation, and strengthen the defense of Celestial Court. Even though the core Immortal Gu of these Wisdom Path killer moves were only rank 8, with the amplification of Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, even if other Venerables attacked with full strength, they could last for some time. After doing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose to rest for once. She had expended too much immortal essence. Even though she was developing her immortal aperture, the production of rank 9 immortal essence could not keep up with the expenditure. Furthermore, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate formation path after all. She had to expend a lot of her mental energy to set up this rank 9 formation. Speaking of which, ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had not had such a good rest. The confrontation between the Venerables gave her a heavy pressure. After 3 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately started to deal with the matters of the Celestial Court. The Immortals, wills, of the Celestial Court gathered again for a meeting. Qin Dingling came to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable encouraged her. Qin Dingling and Jun Xingguan had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huangjin tribes or gathered around Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fang Clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. Wan clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wuyong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the star array calculation formation. Western Desert's side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xin and Wan Zihong. Fan Clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fan Clan plunder alone? It is not much for the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The more Fan Clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our Celestial Court's losses. As for Southern Border's Wuyong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the Celestial Court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu Immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the two heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu Immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, Venerables will attack us." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. "No worries, I have a plan." On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu Immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu Immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions' Gu Immortals. Evidently, other than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu Immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to Longevity Heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the Blood Sea below. The Blood Sea was boiling, huge waves were surging, a huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the Blood Sea. "The time is ripe." Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This Blood Sea had always been hidden in Longevity Heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for Longevity Heaven. The Blood Sea was one of them. Initially, this Blood Sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the Killer Move. This luck path method combined with the Blood Sea had the power to revive Gu Immortals. Under the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path down marks, golden light shone down on the world, penetrating deep into the Blood Sea. Every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky. The sound of the waves was deafening. The whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The Blood Sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, the first Gu Immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains. Who in the world is he? Boom! After the blood wave reached its limit, it suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tide surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The blood sea's surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the blood sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path Gu immortal expert, in history, who has the Huang gene bloodline. Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded, a Gu immortal floated in the air. He had no hair, every part of his body was emitting intense light. He was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground, shouting, "In this world I am the brightest!" Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestor's eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-venerable, Light Emperor! At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang. I actually revived. Who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Yes. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father? Light Emperor was shocked. He quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than Father, I am the brightest in this world. Cough, cough. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Oh my, oh my. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter. I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time. I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo, otherwise how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry, old ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing Pen Chinese Net. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.